pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item on the agenda is the minutes from the June 21st meeting. Do we have any comments?
Move to be approved.
I have
Second.
a few comments. They're really minor, but I believe in a number of instances when Commissioner Spengler, Commissioner Mahoney had to abstain, the vote says 6-1, and I suspect it should be 6-0 with one abstention. There was also a perplexing one at the back, which I don't recall what happened, but on page 6, it says the vote passed with 5-1 at a meeting where 7 people were present and Commissioner Mahoney abstained. So somebody, unless somebody left, I don't recall. They might. So somebody. Yeah. So somebody should just take a look at that one. It's under the Tiger Woods Golf Classic.
Yeah, but isn't that, yeah, that's right.
So I would think it would have been 6-0 as opposed to 5.
And it's the same thing on page 2, there's another
Right, it's on
one.
page 2 twice. And then my more substantive comment is under the auditor's report, because John Fisher raised an issue that was important to me, and he made a comment, something to the effect that there would be a sort of a checklist of the auditor's recommendations, and we would be provided sort of regular progress reports on the progress being made to adhere to those. So I'd like to see that actual action item reflected in the minutes, please.
Any other comments?
I have just 2 changes as well. On pages 6 and 7, under old business, there's a description of a discussion that we had about the CVFAC. And the third line down where it says realty transfer tax presently is 25%. That should read 25% of Radnor's portion of the realty tax usually is directed.
No, what it should read is it's 25.
Percent of,
It's a quarter of 1%.
a quarter of 1%, right, it's not 25%.
The really transfer tax, a quarter of 1% is
Right.
directed to the open space fund.
And then the second change is, in the next sentence, however, the latter has been the practice for several years, and it currently reads, as the general fund bills come due. And I'd like to change that because that's not quite what was said. I think it would be better to say, for several years now, and this money gets transferred for debt service, or something to that effect. That's it.
I have 2 minor changes. Bottom of page 4 under Parks and Rec. It says John Fisher on behalf of the Friends of the Radnor Trails. It's spelled with a C, F-I-S-C-H-E-R. Don't want to confuse with Commissioner Fisher. And then on page 5, replace Emlentonell House with Clemacrone Park. There's a discussion of the various comfort stations, and it refers to Emlentonell House.
And I have one also on page 1 under minutes of the public meeting. Change Commissioner Curley's opinion is that the purpose of the declaration was to protect human health. Change that to that the purpose of the declaration should be to protect human health.
I'll move the approval with all those changes if you got them.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
An executive session was held immediately before this meeting. All commissioners were present. The meeting was held in the Powys Caucus Room, and we discussed real estate issue, personnel issues with regard to labor agreements and staffing, and we also discussed litigation matters to do with the surcharge action. Next item we have is presentation of certificates to CERT members.
Mr. President, I'd like to talk at the podium.
Absolutely.
John, you want to sign this one? I'll give it to Mr. King.
To who?
Sign. I'll give it to King.
Thank you. Tonight, we would like to recognize 4 members of our community who have volunteered their time to become members of the Radnor's Community Emergency Response Training, or CERT group. These members are in addition to the current 42 volunteers already trained in the program and would become a vital component of an emergency response by government should a widespread disabling disaster occur within the region. It is expected that in the first stages of a widespread disaster, emergency service response by government agencies will be overwhelmed. Thus, the CERT members are trained to provide the most basic and immediate help to residents in their community until help can reach their neighborhoods. Training in the CERT program includes disaster preparedness, CPR and emergency first aid, basic fire suppression, light search and rescue operations, and how to interact with government agencies responding to the disaster. These people are going to be the go-to people in their neighborhoods. If anyone else would like information on CERT or would like to be a volunteer for future classes, please see www.radnor.com under the police section of the website. So at this time, I'd like to have the instructors, Sergeant Joseph McGuire and Sergeant Christopher Flanagan, introduce the new members and give them their CERT equipment and certificates.
Thank you, Lieutenant. We're just going to simply introduce the CERT members, ask them to stand up. Jeffrey Bentley. Not to be outdone, his wife, Marianne Bentley. Gabrielle Rebelord. And Christy Vaccarelli. I don't know if she made it or not.
AJ, when's the next CERT training set up for?
We don't have a current date at this point. We try to get a list and then we have a class, probably sometime in
Microphone.
middle fall.
So folks out there that are interested in the CERT training, and one of the things I learned over my career working in emergency preparedness is emergency preparedness starts at home, and you folks are the ones that really will make all the difference. So anybody out there that's interested, contact our police department and we'll get you into the next training class. Thank you. And thank everyone that received their certificates tonight. Next item, I'm going to let Commissioner Mahoney present a certificate to Detective Joseph Paolantonio. Sorry.
Step on this side so people can see what's going on. When I first came to the Board of Commissioners about 15 years ago, I was early on introduced to Joe Paolantonio in the police department, and he always has impressed me with his dedication to the position. And what he's here for tonight is to receive a certificate of appreciation for a situation in which he has again demonstrated what a wonderful police officer he is, as well as a good human being. So I'd like to read the certificate of appreciation presented to Detective Joseph Paolantonio. On Thursday, February 4th, 2010, Mr. Robert King contacted the Radnor Township Police Department to report that he had been a victim of a burglary in his residence. Through the course of Detective Paolantonio's investigation, he learned that Mr. King, a World War II Army veteran, had several World War II medals stolen in the burglary. Detective Paolantonio was instrumental in obtaining replacement medals for Mr. King, and I'd like to move this certificate of appreciation.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Joe?
The next item on our agenda is the presentation of the LXM Pro Lacrosse Tour Festival.
Hi. I traveled a long day today, so I hope you don't mind if I read a statement. Some
Could you
brief
identify
back-
yourself first?
I'm sorry, yeah. My name is Max Ritz. I'm a K through 12 alumni of Radnor Public Schools. I was a team captain on the men's lacrosse team there. I played for 4 years at Division I lacrosse at University of Maryland, was a team captain, 3-year honor roll student, and earned a number of accolades, and also played in the Final Four when it was in Philadelphia 2 times. I currently live in Los Angeles, California, and my parents' home is here in Radnor in the 6th Ward. Tonight I'm here, as you said, presenting the LXM Pro event, which is a professional lacrosse and live music company bringing an event to Radnor High School on August 28th. As a founder in the company, I'm particularly excited to bring this event to my hometown. My brother and I founded this company last April in Los Angeles with 3 of our partners, and we started LXM Pro to continue growing the game of lacrosse in emerging lacrosse markets, and also to introduce it to new fans through fun-filled days of contests, exhibitions, and such. Each event culminates in a live exhibition game with 40 of the top players in the world and a live musical concert. Our events are all about being outside, having fun, and enjoying lacrosse and music at the intersection of the fans of both parties. We also run a 501c3 foundation in Los Angeles, and we involve various charitable organizations in each event on the LXM Tour. In previous events, we've worked with the Stars Foundation in Los Angeles and the Livestrong Foundation in Austin, Texas. For this event, we've already obtained permits from Radnor High School. We have also already obtained the support of the Radnor Youth Lacrosse Association, the Wayne Business Association, and multiple local athletic programs and local businesses. We've also obtained the use of a private property on Radnor Chester Road for our hospitality area. And I guess I'm basically here tonight to promote our event and plant a seed in the area that we're here to do things the right way. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
When is it?
I'm sorry, when?
When is it?
August 28th, and we have Prevost Field at Radnor High School.
What time would that be?
It's primarily the daylight hours. It'll be about noon to 6, 7, 8 p.m., something like that, sundown.
All right, great.
I see you have some brochures. Are they going to be?
I do. I have some marketing materials.
But
that
are
will be.
they going to be available at different locations around Radnor that you'd like to?
Yes. Yeah, they'll be all over the place, and we have various email databases that we're hitting with the same content.
Is this an event primarily to watch lacrosse, or can people actually go and play?
The beginning of the day, there's a youth component where there's demonstrations and instructionals and things like that. But as you may or may not know, there used to be a professional lacrosse team here in Philadelphia, but the economy and such, it has since been disbanded. And so this tour model goes around the country to different areas for once a year instead of an 8-game home season. And so it is for spectating.
Okay.
Well, I think this is, Radnor's a real hotbed for lacrosse, witnessed by the girls' team winning the last 2 state championships. And I think it's very fitting that we would have this event here. So thanks for your efforts in bringing it here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt. Departmental reports,
Move to be accepted?
Second?
moved and seconded. Any commissioner comments or questions?
I just want to say that for those of you who don't know already, there are weekly reports now, in addition to a monthly report that we get. There are weekly reports every single week on the website. You can click on it on the very first page, and they're really, really, if you're, a little bit of a local government wonk, which I know some of you are, it's a great source of kind of what's going on, and I thank all the department heads for putting them together. They're really, really helpful to look at to keep up with, what's going on everywhere. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Next is committee reports. Community Development, Commissioner Curley.
2 items for HARB approval. I motion the approval of HARB 2010-05 Certificate of Appropriate for 417 St. David's Road in Wayne.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments?
I just have one quick question on both of these. We got this information about Act 46, about permit extension, and yet we have, in all of these, we're going to have dates. So it seemed to me from that materials that everything is going to be 2013 from now on.
Well, anything, basically what that law did was it extended any approvals that had been done in the past. Subdivisions and land developments have a 5-year protected period. So once they're approved, you can't apply any intervening or change of zoning ordinances to them. So that was the primary reason. But there's other permits, like state permits, that also have expiration dates that may have expired, say this year. They've been extended. So these are going to have their own independent expiration dates, these permits. I don't know whether your HARB permits have specific expiration dates. I don't think so.
Well, it says 1 year from when this is issued.
Is that a specific expiration? Matt?
There is, but on the other hand, John, there's nothing in the HARB ordinance, the chapter itself, that says it expires.
It does that. So I don't see that new
Okay.
law applies to this. Some of your zoning hearing board decisions have a drop-dead date in them. And if that has happened in the last year or two, they're going to be extended. So it's, the builders were very good having the governor sign off on this. And it makes some sense for people that have gone through hundreds of thousands of permitting for large projects. But we're going to publish a notice. One of the requirements is we've got to publish a notice. We're in the process of doing that for a whole group of municipalities in the Pennsylvania Bulletin.
It wouldn't apply to things that we're doing now?
Not this.
Okay.
No.
Any further discussion? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
The second item is I motion to approve HARB 2010-02, Certificate of Appropriateness for 115 Poplar Avenue, Wayne, garage remodeling.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Any statements by the board? This is different than the application number, because the application number says 10-06.
Yes, Mr. President, it came back to us. We kept the same number. It was a change in the design, a 1-foot expansion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nothing further.
Next, Finance and Audit, Commissioner Higgins.
I guess the first thing we ought to do, Bob, is we now have a face associated with a name. So if you want to just take a minute to introduce the new finance director so folks know who he is and
Sure.
what he looks like.
Sure. Mr. William White, who is the new finance director, who started approximately 8 days ago.
Yes, sir.
Bill?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Zinkowski and the commissioners for this opportunity. Also like to thank the department heads who have spent time with me over the last 8 days. It's been very educational so far. I've also had the opportunity to meet some of the residents in the community and appreciate their openness and willingness to help me relocate. That is very much appreciated, not only by me, but my family as well. And I just look forward to working with all of you on township finance matters in an open and transparent manner into the future. So I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, the first item on the agenda, and I guess we do have a sort of a labeling issue to fix. It's on the agenda, it says 10-7. On the items, it's identified as 10-7A, so if somebody somewhere downstream could fix that. It's a motion to approve the schedule of bills payable. However, we are going to remove from authorization for payment during this period all invoices related to Archer and Griner. And I don't know, Bill, did you have a chance to redo the math by chance?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you then tell me what the total disbursements from where it was $2,060,000? Can you give me what that new number is?
Yeah, the amended grand total will change from the $2,060,847.85 to $2,038,809.13.
Okay.
And all the other numbers on that page will be reflected or amended to reflect that amendment as well.
Okay.
And this is just with, that's the original amount with the Archer Griner bills removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these bills have been approved by the respective department head, verified and processed by the finance department, and within the 2010 budgetary limits as imposed by the commissioners. Before I introduce it for approval, Bill, there's one thing that is important to me, and I'm sure it's important to John Fisher and probably most of the other folks here, that we have struggled with over the time that I've sat here, and probably at least as long as John has sat here. And I don't expect you to fix this next month, but if you could, that would be great. But it's more of an issue going through the 2011 budget process. We have consistently been unable to see year-to-date versus year-to-date. And I've been told it's systems limitations. But something I would like to see as, quickly as possible, whenever it makes sense, whether you can get to it this year or as you're building next year's budget, is when we look, year-to-date budget versus year-to-date actual. Because we've struggled consistently with understanding how we're performing. So that's something that I'd like to put on your list of something to try to get to. Now, again, I know you're walking in with the history, so I don't know if you can fix this year, but I really want to see it next year. So with that being said, I'll make the motion to approve.
I have two things I'd.
Second.
Moved and seconded?
Okay.
Moved and seconded, okay. Commissioner, questions, comments?
I have two. The first one is a disclosure. On page 13 of these disbursements, under recreation programs, there are two items to Longstreth Sporting Goods, $370 for field hockey supplies and $115 for field hockey supplies. Longstreth Sporting Goods is owned by my husband. Apparently, we place orders with Longstreth Sporting Goods, and that happens from time to time. There's no contract. But I will be participating to approve these without those included. I'm recusing myself from making a decision on whether we should make that purchase or not. And I will make a formal statement to our solicitor that I have this conflict with that particular vendor. My second comment was just a question, actually, on the general fund update, which is the second page of our package. And I was looking through, which I love getting this, first of all. I love having this summary page. It's very helpful to see every meeting. But the numbers on the 2009 actual, column 5, confused me. So under 2009 actual revenues, we had, under the real estate transfer tax from last year, it's listed here as $453,000. And in prior budgets and in everything I've seen from 2009, that was $1.4 million, or thereabouts. And the Merck tax was about $1.08 million. So I'm perplexed as to why these numbers are down in this column for the 2009 actual revenues.
Yeah, and we'll correct this in future months, but the heading could be a little bit clearer because the
Okay.
2009 actual represents year-to-date only.
Oh, so that's a year-to-date. Oh,
Yeah.
so that's what Kevin was talking
Just in the
about.
actuals.
No,
The-
it's
the
not.
bu-
What I'm looking for is budget
Yeah.
versus year-to-date. He's saying what we got is year-to-date actual versus year-to-date actual when you're comparing the two actuals.
Okay,
That
so
is
that
correct.
is year-to-date. And our
Actually.
year-to-date actual is okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, comments? I communicated an issue to Bill he's going to take care of. And all in favor?
Aye. Aye, except for the page
Yep,
13.
Yep.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2010-25, amending Section 207 Interstate Commerce of the Business Privilege Tax and Mercantile Tax Regulations. Bob, you want to give a brief overview? You want Bill Martin to do that, or?
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. What you have before you tonight is a resolution that staff and the business tax solicitor and I are recommending. In Section 207 of our rules and regulations for the business privilege tax and mercantile tax, we address interstate commerce. And when we have taxpayers contact my office or if we're out for a field audit, There's a question that sometimes arises as to a fair allocation of those interstate commerce receipts. And what we're requesting tonight is to insert this paragraph that will give my office the authority to change the weighting depending on the taxpayer's specific activities to fairly reflect their activities and to pay the tax correctly. Right now, based on Pennsylvania's allocation, it's a balanced weighting of 33, 33, 33. But that may not always reflect the actual activities of the type of business that we're auditing or they're having questions with us. So this will help clarify and give us the authority to fairly reflect their receipts.
So does that lead to some of these disputes we have, Bill, this balanced versus
Not
actual?
necessarily, but because they're so structured in how they can balance it with the payroll factor, the property, and receipts being fairly weighted across all three. But you may get into an instance where that may not reflect the actual activities of a specific business and how they're structured. What this is just allowing us to adjust those weightings to fairly reflect the activities of that specific business.
You reflect them up or down?
Well, no factor will go below 20%, but it's not to reduce their taxability, to fairly reflect their actual receipts and their activities. Some businesses may be heavily weighted in payroll versus property. So if you're having an equal weighting across the board, you're not fairly representing their activity.
Okay, all right, fine.
Bill, does this affect the way we treat the revenue that's generated in the township versus, say, an interstate company that's operating nationally and has a headquarters here and only part of their revenues are reflected here, or how does that work? Is this going to affect that?
No, well, this will only, what we're only doing is fairly reflecting their business activities
Okay.
and how it's taxed, to fairly tax them. You may have a business that, like I said, that will be highly weighted in one area and not have a lot of property. And if you did the equal weighting across the board, they may end up paying more than they should be paying based on the payroll factor versus their property factor. This will allow us as an office to go in and say, well, this business is structured slightly different than to fairly reflect what they should be paying under the tax code. We may have to weight one factor slightly more than the other.
Why is this a resolution and not an ordinance? Is it because we're amending regulations and not legislation?
Yeah, we're not actually, the tax ordinance is set, all you were doing, you're amending the regulations. We can't touch the business tax or mercantile tax ordinance itself. It's just how we administer the tax.
Just out of curiosity, I understand the benefit to the taxpayer. What's the benefit to us?
We're not, there's no loss to the township. It's just to fairly represent their receipts that they're subject to be paying the township. The benefit to us is to fairly enforce the tax for all taxpayers.
All right, I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any public discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No report for the library, personnel administration. Commissioner Fisher?
First up, we have a need to motion to confirm the resignation of Tom Blumstrom, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Tom served us for many years. He resigned effective June 25th. So I'll move to confirm the resignation of Tom Blumstrom, Director of Parks and Recreation, effective June 25th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I would just like to take a moment and thank Tom Blomstrom for his many, many years of service to our community and for building our Parks and Recreation Department to such an enviable department with great amenities and offerings. And I wish him well in his next endeavor.
A simple question. Are we confirming or are we accepting his resignation?
It says confirming on the agenda, but it's basically the same thing. You're accepting it.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, next up, in order to fill the void, we have, I'll move to confirm the appointment of Tammy Cohen as interim Parks and Recreation Director at a salary of $80,000 per year effective June 28th, 2010.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion by the commissioners? Any public discussion? Last chance, Tammy, you want to bail? All in favor?
I'm here.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Item G, we have an announcement of a vacancy on the Citizens Communication Council. If you have interest in this council, please send your letter of interest and resume to Bob Zinkowski at Radnor Township, 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, PA 19087. Item H, we have a Resolution 2010-28 creating an ordinance review advisory committee to review the Radnor Township zoning ordinance and subdivision and land development ordinance for compliance with the municipality planning code and conformance with the township's comprehensive plan. Do we have a motion for this resolution?
I so move.
Second.
Moved in second, and discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to make some points about it. I think this is a mistake. I think that what we should do is take the same actions and refer them to the Planning Commission instead. I think it's consistent with we have a standing committee that's intended to do this, and I believe that if we have the Planning Commission do that, it would provide greater consistency with the NPC. I'd like to hear Mr. Ziankowski or Solicitor Rice's opinion on that also.
Well, there was a lot of discussion, at least I had a lot of discussion last week about this particular group and how they were appointed and why they were appointed. And the point that at least I made with Don and I think with John last week is under the planning code, and there's a couple policy issues here that I think the board's got to address, whether you do it tonight or you do it some other time. Under the planning code, the ordinances that get drafted, the Planning Commission has that authority upon request of the Board of Commissioners. So there's a couple issues, and I've observed it over the last year, is things seem to happen in different committees. Something gets put together, and then it comes back to you. And I think if you're going to draft land use ordinances, this board ought to make that initial decision as to what do you want to do as a group, what do you think is a problem and what you should amend, because there's a whole lot of things that we've been working on sporadically, including the PI. You made a decision on the PLU. There was a discussion about that and what would be in that. There's student housing is an issue. There are some other issues that you're all aware of that I've had discussions with. So, I mean, I see planning and zoning process is sort of top down. This board decides whether you think you have a problem, what ought to be amended, and then give the Planning Commission that direction. The Planning Commission then wants to create a subcommittee or ask for the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee to get involved and create a subcommittee. It ought to come, at least the way that I'm used to seeing ordinances done, they come top down or they start at the Planning Commission. And there's one sort of practical point here that I think if this board isn't interested in doing anything in a certain area, why have your committees drafting legislation? If there's not a majority on this board that thinks something needs to be done about an ordinance, why have that going on out there? So it makes sense for me, for the Planning Commission, to maybe make a suggestion to the board. We think we need to look at A, B, and C, and then you make that decision whether you want your Planning Commission to work on an ordinance. Same thing with the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee. If they think that there's some legislation, let them bring it to the board and do it in that fashion. That way, you're starting with this board, and you got to make those policy decisions. That's why you make the big bucks. And then it goes to your group that is authorized under the MPC, and there's specific language in Article 2 of the MPC that says the Planning Commission has the authority to draft ordinances upon request of the Board of Supervisors, Board of Commissioners, the governing body, whatever it is. So, I mean, this is a group that consists of two standing, and we drafted this last week to recognize what this group's been doing. It's two existing groups, both that had the separate authority to create a subcommittee to work on this, and then bring it back to this board. So you've got to have the discussion. I mean, I think Bob and I are sort of shooting in the dark in terms of what you want to do and what you want to work on in terms of the zoning ordinance. We need the direction. I think these committees need the direction from the board and the policy decisions.
Is there anything wrong, or, I mean, can we make a hybrid committee for this?
You absolutely can.
Right.
Yeah, you could adopt this, and that would be, you can do that. You can, and those boards have the ability to set up subcommittees as long as there's, and they can meet. We had this discussion last Tuesday night with the volunteers that were here. Under the Sunshine Act, any board can meet with less than a majority of the board without advertising it, without televising it. I think there's certain things where that shouldn't ever happen, because they're sensitive. Zoning's one of them, I think, that, that ought to, but I think the board's got to give the committees that direction. And we had Bob and I had a fairly lengthy discussion in this room last Tuesday with the groups about, what the rules are, what are the state rules, and then what direction do they get from either the staff or from the elected officials. So, but I always go back to, if you're going to change zoning, this board needs to make that initial decision, no matter what it is, unless it's a minor thing that the planning commission
John,
sees it needs to be
I
cleaned
have
up.
two questions that fit in with what you're saying. The first is, we have this unique hybrid in that we have the comprehensive plan and implementing committee. But doesn't the comprehensive plan, which was passed by the Board of Commissioners, in fact, give that direction already? The desire of the commissioners was to see that comprehensive plan implemented.
Correct.
So I don't think we need additional charge.
Well, John,
Let me comment on that, though.
Yeah, I
There's
had
a
the-
difference between the initial charge of the Comp Plan Implementation Committee, which took place, I believe, all the way back in 2003, versus the immediate need for the manager, staff, and the Board of Commissioners to decide what is going to take priority in terms of rewriting ordinances and code.
Well,
I
here-
think this is an opportunity for us to look at holistically, what are all the issues, let's prioritize them, and let's charge the Planning Commission or a committee to address these issues in a very methodical way. But what I'm seeing here is that this committee, I appreciate all their efforts to date, I appreciate the fact that they're willing to serve in this way, but a lot of this kind of happened in absence of a full-time manager in place, and without the direction and the strategic goal and plan of the Board of Commissioners and the manager in place. And I think it's gotten kind of a false start. So, John, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
The CPIC, I have the resolution. They had done a 10-year report last year, and their mission in '03 was to monitor ongoing basis implementation of the goals and objectives of the township's comprehensive land use plan. Pretty broad. They can certainly have the power to look at things that would implement that, such as ordinances. Recommend to the board each year a multi-year plan for such implementation. And I think that's what this was that was received last year. And then review relevant proposed legislation and special projects requested by the board. And that, I think, again, it's always, in my view, to have any group or committee creating legislation without this board making some determination that you want that legislation. I think that's your decision. You can have groups come to you and recommend we should do this or we should change, different aspects of rezone properties. But, and this is just, I think, part of the internal structure here. You've got to make some policy decisions on why you think the PI should be changed, what ought to be changed. You made that on the PLU. You've done that in the past on some other things. So, and I think that's some of the confusion that this committee had and some of the other committees have. They need more top-down direction, before they go down a path and create something that there might not be 4 votes on this board to even approve 3 months from now. So that's my opinion as to
Very good.
where you go with all of this.
I have a question for you. Could a hybrid board like the one established here that we compel to work under the requirements of the Sunshine Act bypass the spirit of that by not having a quorum of members from either of the committees, such that they wouldn't be violating the Sunshine Act, but that would allow them to work behind closed doors? Do you understand the question, or did I not state it well?
I mean, this is a hybrid committee.
Yes.
And I think that it makes, if you want to have this group continue to do what they're doing, it makes some sense to formalize it, give them a specific charge, and then have them meet publicly.
Very good. So the requirement to meet in public, item 5 in this resolution, would force them to meet with the same requirements that all the other boards meet with. And the reason I ask the question is that, as I understand your opinion on the existing activities, that nothing illegal happened because at no time did they have a quorum of members from either committee.
Correct.
So what I'm hoping, what I don't want to do is institutionalize the capability to meet in a non-public format just by not having a quorum from each of the individual groups.
Right, and that's why I think if you formalize it and we draft it into this resolution that you comply with the Sunshine Act, that way there's no question about it.
Okay.
I mean, and that just simply means advertising it, keeping minutes, which can be one paragraph long, who's there, what public is there, you have to have some public comment. It's an advisory board, remember. I mean, these are all advisory boards. So I don't see it as a huge burden, but any board or commission can meet with less than a quorum in private and discuss. And sometimes there's things that you may want to have a group do. We had this discussion a little bit with the Budget Advisory Committee and whether or not they should be subject to it. The way the Sunshine Act reads is ad hoc committees that are advisory, unless you make them comply with the Sunshine Act and they're not under some other state law like the MPC, they can meet privately and deliberate. But I think the boards and committees are confused as to what the rules are because no one's told them.
Okay.
And I think it's good to tell the groups what the rules ought to be once you make that decision. You need to make that's a policy decision.
So one other item, this is in the area of policy, so it's our discretion to, as I see it, I interpret it's our discretion to, if we choose to address this issue, we could address it in some hybrid group specified herein, or we could send it to the Planning Commission. One of the reasons why I think it's better sent to the Planning Commission is this idea of fairness, that we've tried to create a representative group, but invariably we don't. Someone feels unrepresented. And to me, it is better to let these groups form organically. We have a standing committee that exists to serve this function, and then let groups present their ideas to that standing committee. I think that's preferable to trying to build a committee that is representative. Let the committees build themselves and then make their point to the standing committee. That way, in my opinion, everybody gets treated fairly, but that's a pure policy decision for the board. So what I think we should do is I think we should vote this down, then we should make a decision as to whether we want these two items addressed, and then if we choose to have them addressed, we should refer them to the Planning Commission with a resolution that looks all but identical to what I see here, with the exception of paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 would just be modified to indicate that we're tasking the Planning Commission with this assignment.
Well, I would support this resolution. In my opinion, this really just memorializes and, puts down on paper what my understanding of was how we set this up anyway. And I like having an advisory committee for something so important that has different boards on it, and I like the addition of some citizen members and institutional representatives. I think the more informed we are, the better, by different groups. I hear the concern about people, not everybody's going to feel like they're represented, and that's true. You're never going to represent every single issue with a small group. But those people who feel that they're not represented still have an opportunity to come to every single meeting and voice their opinion and weigh in. And obviously, ultimately, when the decision is made and when the real deliberating occurs, they'll have their time to put that, lobby for their position. So I support this in that it really just memorializes what my understanding was of this group. I do have 2 amendments that I would propose, which I can put out there now, or I can wait until everyone's had their say.
I just have what was the logic of creating a separate subcommittee versus utilizing existing committees in place? I mean, I can theorize it, but I'd like to hear it.
Okay, if I may, just try to chime in. I think in looking at this and with the committee and all the conversation that's taking place, there was no formal recognition of this committee by the Board of Commissioners. I think out of some frustration to get the process moving because the implementation committee and others were not moving forward to get this activity moving. This resolution, again, was put forward to actually memorialize this committee, to put in place and give it a charge by the commissioners so that all the commissioners are aware of what their charge is and the direction. When we met, what Solicitor Rice spoke about last week when we met with all the boards and commissions, just to ask them what their charge was, if they were clearly understood what their charge of their role was. I believe the majority of them, they were not clear of their charge. There has not been a lot of training that's been provided to them. So I think this whole process of going back through and letting them know what their charge is, what their role is, because there are some boards that may be taking it in one direction that the commissioners, this is not the charge that the commissioners have given. Listening to the conversation this evening from all the commissioners here, from Solicitor Rice, my recommendation would be is to hold this in abeyance until the commissioners make a determination and hold this committee's action any further in abeyance until there is a determination made from the Board of Commissioners of what direction you want to go in these particular areas, or with all boards and commissions of what their charge is. Because there is some overlap that's being created here because you have a planning commission, which again, my past experience, a lot of the planning commission handles a lot of these issues that are directed by the Board of Commissioners, that this is an issue of concern. We know the issues regarding the institutions at Commissioner Mahoney. I know that area is a concern too of how Eastern and Valley Forge of what they do moving forward, as well as all the other schools as well. But a clear charge for each of these committees, boards, and commissions of what's their expectations and what their direct charge is and what their role is to the Sunshine Act and following that, which we had spoken about on that Tuesday, to try to get them to train to actually set a manual up, which I know several of the commissioners that were there, Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Schaefer, Commissioner Nagel, actually setting forth for them, here's what your role, here's what your responsibilities are under all the various laws of what you can actually perform. And Rick, I think we were going to make this your rule there, your recommendation, that all of them have something to follow so they know all the rules and regulations and laws that pertain to what they do. So everyone has that understanding. So my recommendation would be at this point is that we would just hold this in abeyance until we get that direction, not to disqualify any of the work that's been done, but to hold both the committee and this resolution in abeyance for further direction from the Board of Commissioners. So it doesn't discredit or undo a lot of the work that they've done, but it holds it in abeyance for further direction from the Board of Commissioners.
Kevin, to your original point, the reason it's a hybrid is because that's the way we're set up. Most places don't have a comprehensive plan implementing committee. Both of these groups have the authority and the charge overall that this is talking about.
Right, but if I understood the explanation at the start, which was both of these groups independently could come to us and say, this is, I think, the list of priorities, and the other one could say, this is, I can think, the list of the priorities, and we can look at them and say, well, gee, they all agree on the top three.
Right.
Or there's, a disconnect, but.
And what's lacking is that the Board of Commissioners never gave direction of what do we want, in this case, planned institutional to look like. What do the residents of Radnor want us to change about planned institutional? Is it up to this group of 6 that's self-assembled, or is it up to the Board of Commissioners who are charged by the MPC to set that direction? Most importantly, the MPC says the only group that can craft zoning code pertaining to, in this case, is the Planning Commission, unless the Board of Commissioners sets forth a committee to do the same work. But all the work has to be basically vetted through the Planning Commission anyway. So,
And that wasn't the intention, John. This group would be taking their recommendations.
I recognize
to
that,
planning.
but I think this group had a false start. I think they did meet in private in some cases. And one thing I learned from the Garrett Hill zoning process is that while they could have met in private and probably gotten a lot more done in a lot shorter time, they chose to do it very publicly, and they even begged to be on television. Now, not many commissions want to be on television, but they wanted to be because they felt and they fully recognized that the value of discussing it in public would improve the result, would improve the result, in this case, a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners of what zoning changes to make. So I have to agree with Don that while I appreciate all the work they've done, and I don't think there's any misdeeds here, I think the problem is that they really got started without any direction. You know, they were kind of self-assembled, had good intentions, probably saw the need. Maybe we need to know what the need is, but
I just have to take issue with one thing. It wasn't self-assembled. There were several members of this board that asked them to assemble. And the
But with what
suggestion-
authority?
Excuse
Yeah.
me. The suggestion was made that 4 from one group and 4 from another group got together. But it wasn't that they got together and said, let's do this. It was they got direction from a couple of commissioners.
was that direction done during a public meeting?
It
I
was
don't-
not. And
Yeah,
I think
because
that therein lies the problem.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
I'm simply pointing out the one issue which you said was they self-assembled. They didn't.
And
I apologize,
don't think
I
that
stand
your facts
corrected.
are correct either, Hank, but that's a discussion for later. I don't think it was, I think it grew organically from a group. It grew without the mandate that John wanted, but I don't think it came direction from a handful of commissioners. I think it grew organically from people thought this would be a good idea. I believe the answer to Kevin's question is that those who were part of the process thought it best to combine the groups. It was as innocent as that. But in hindsight, I think it's missing the key element that John has, so that's why I'm
Without
recommending.
question, I think that our board should approve the organization of this group. And I think every single person from Planning Commission and Implementation would agree with that.
I just want to disagree with kind of the philosophy that we should decide what changes we want and then tell our commissions work on making these changes. Because, for instance, take this as an example. We have been told, at least I have been told, that we need to update our ordinances relating to institutional, that they're outdated, that we're not going to get the kind of growth that we want. I don't know personally what specific changes and what the shortcomings are. I think we could appoint a subcommittee who would be much better qualified to identify the shortcomings of the current legislation and come up with suggestions as to what would cure that. And I'd like the people, the stakeholders who it is affecting, the institutions themselves to be represented, to say this might work, this might not work, this is the type of growth we'd like to see, and have residents and commissions say this is what we'd like to see. As a general charge, we think that these ordinances need to be changed. Can you look at them? Yes, that should come from us. But I don't think it's efficient for us to think through what we want changed, how we want it changed, and then give that charge. The whole point of having these commissions and advisory boards is so that the people who are more qualified are the ones doing the work and making the educated suggestions.
Mr. Chairman, if
Sir?
I may just add to Commissioner Schaefer's point, a lot of these boards and commissions, and I think the direction, I think looking from them is not everything, but also to give them some direction of where to go. Because you may have some of these commissions that work for months and months and months and put a lot of time and effort, and if it comes before the Board of Commissioners and you say, well, we're not interested in that, they've spent a lot of their time volunteering away from their activities to where they've done something to where it's just the answer is very quickly no. But you have items like the Planning Commission that would bring items up that they are seeing a recurring theme in issues in front of the Planning Commission, that they would have conversations with Matt. They would say, this is an ongoing problem that would be brought to you to determine if that's something you want to continue on. But I think somehow only fair to them is that they'd have some direction of what to be looked at, or that same dialogue, communication. I think you make a very good point.
Excuse me, Bob.
Is a
Doesn't
communication
it,
point.
like, it lies in between? For example, when the initial germ of the idea should come to the commissioners, and then we should say, yeah, that's a good idea, go work on that. But we don't tell them necessarily, we don't have that knowledge yet, and that's what we want them to do, is gather that knowledge. So this group had a public meeting,
And I think
got
you-
a lot of great public input, and as I understand it, have incorporated that input into the things they were working on.
And I think you make a good point, John, because I think that's part of what that meeting we came up with is it's two-way dialogue and communication between both the Board of Commissioners and those various boards and commissions, but also that open dialogue back and forth, which I think we need to open that up.
Well, all this being said, I'd like to make a motion, we table this.
I'll
Second.
I'll second it.
So, I mean, it's fine to table it, but we
But
should
we-
have an idea of what we're going to do. I mean, we could,
We have to hold the committee in abeyance. They
Right.
cannot continue to meet
Right.
unless the Board of Commissioners give them direction.
Right, and meanwhile, this board has to get together and figure out how we want to proceed on these kinds of issues.
Yeah, I don't have any fundamental disagreement, Elaine, with your underlying premise of, look, these people know far more about land planning than I'll ever know. I have no fundamental disagreement with that. I think the disconnect occurs potentially from the start to the finish line and the progress along the way, which is, let's constitute, if we decide a subcommittee is the right way to go, constitute it with the right functional expertise. Let them say, hey, these are the issues we've identified. Don't propose solutions yet, but these are the issues we've identified, and then they come and present them to us, and we sit there and say, okay, we understand your issues, we have a discussion, these are the 3 or 4 priorities we want you to work on, and then come back with proposals. It sounds like there's this big jump from, okay, we're constituted, we're going to run to solutions immediately. I mean, that's kind of what I'm hearing, and I don't know if I'm misunderstanding it, but.
Any kind of time urgency on this with the work that this group is doing?
Well, I think when you look at what's going on, particularly in the first ward, there's a recognition, I believe, by a number of people that the planned institutional zoning is somewhat antiquated. And I think the group was looking towards revamping that, coming back to us with recommendations. And from my perspective, that's what is probably the most important thing, the planned institutional zoning. So is there urgency? I mean, who knows when any of these institutions are going to come in with a plan? But obviously, you want to have it done right, done correctly, and done according to Hoyle. So I think instituting or constituting the group, whichever way we see fit, with approval from this board is probably the first step, but I don't think we should wait real long in doing that.
that's the nature of my question. If we table it, what are we tabling it for? What's going to happen in the background before it comes back to us and when?
My suggestion would be that the Board of Commissioners get together and meet on an off-board meeting night to discuss the direction of all boards and commissions, of how they're established, their direction, their charge for each of the various charges that they have, to make that determination, and what are the priorities of each of those different groups that you want to see accomplished within a certain reasonable time frame. Because to go through and to do a review of all the entire codes would be almost an impossibility for any group to take on that challenge.
So that would table this for months, you suspect?
I think once the commissioners would get together on a evening to discuss all the boards and commissions and what their charges are and who's involved in those decision makings and the direction that you want to go to, that's dependent upon the board.
Well, I mean, the issue is that every 10 or 15 years, we did a new plan, and it sat there, and nobody followed any of the recommendation, nothing ever got done. So a number of years ago, we set up the implementation committee to say, all right, let's have somebody that can put the thing to the fire, keep thinking about this outside the box, and come to the commissioners with recommendations. Nobody's up here screaming at our meetings or talking to us privately about the institutional district or changing this or changing that. It doesn't hurt to have citizens, the implementation committee, people out there thinking and making recommendations to commissioners. They can't pass anything. The commissioners, we have the final say. So I'm not afraid of people going out and looking outside the box and making all kinds of recommendations and discussing with the public. And then, if it becomes alive and it has a lot of public support and they bring it to the commission meeting, then I have to decide whether it's good for the community or not.
I've always viewed the implementation committee as a think tank, if you will. Look at the comprehensive plan, prioritize it, what's important, what's not, what needs to get in front of us fairly quickly. I agree with some of the comments that perhaps subgroups go too far in arriving at conclusions without bringing the ideas to us first. But I think the implementation committee has been an extraordinary example of citizen involvement. People like Cheryl Tamola, who take time out every day, every week, to come and talk with each other and come to us and say, here's what we think is a priority. What do you think? That's the sort of thing that we need.
So we have a motion to table made and seconded. Not for tabling.
Well, the great thing about motion table, nobody discussed it, but since we discussed it, we'll let the public comment also.
You
You
want
know?
them? Now, this is only on the motion to table.
No, it's on
Well,
the issue.
and we'll do that after you have to do them sequentially.
No, go ahead. No, let her
I
speak.
don't
Hang
know
on,
if this
point of order
this-
here. I thought we had a motion. Did we not have a motion for the resolution?
Yes.
And it was second?
Yeah.
That's what's under discussion right now, not the motion to table.
No. When you make a
didn't
motion to table and it's seconded, there's no discussion, you just go to a vote. We don't do that. We go ahead and have a discussion.
I think John's point is it got a second, and do we have to vote it down and then have the motion? Is that your point?
Okay, all right, okay.
There was a motion to approve the motion for the resolution. There was a motion for the resolution.
With the motion to table, you have to vote that down and then continue, if you want to continue to discuss it. That's what you do.
No, I think we vote down the motion for the resolution, and then we have the second motion to table it.
No.
But why would you
The
take a
table of the
vote on
motion
the
has no
original?
discussion under parliamentary procedure. So vote, get rid of the motion to table and you can discuss it all you want. Okay? So I move I vote no on the table motion. Let's discuss it.
Bob, big note that the commissioners also need parliamentary training. I'm
You
the
had-
first,
you had
I'll
it-
sit
you
in the
had a
front.
motion for-
I will take notes.
I would deal with the motion to approve the resolution, which was the first thing that came out.
Okay. All right. So that discussion on that.
Have a discussion on that and then vote on that.
Well, have all the commissioners had an opportunity to comment that wish to
Now,
comment?
I have one other. So something like this, for this particular motion, if this is approved, the appointment of one institutional member will radically change the outcome. If that member comes from Villanova, it will have an effect on the community. If that member comes from Easter, it'll sort of flip the power base of this group. So I think this is very problematic. I think we're better off letting the neighbors make their points directly to, and it doesn't have to be, it could be the implementation committee. My issue is not so much that it shouldn't be the implementation committee, but we have standing committees for these functions, and I think it would be better served to make that to the standing committee.
I also want to comment that I believe the total would be 13 persons if you add up all the provisions here, and that just seems like a dysfunctional group in my mind. That's too many people. So if this were to go forward at some point, we wouldn't want to have that many members on the committee. The other issue I saw.
10 members, John.
10.
I think it's 10.
Yep.
Well, I see 3 members from the Plan Commission, 3 members from the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee, 1 member, 3 citizen members.
9.
Okay, and then I see 1 institutional.
Now, that comes from the
That's
3
That's
citizen
from the
groups.
3.
Okay, and now I see additional members shall be appointed from other existing boards.
Only one of them. One board gets appointed, not one from
Well, I
each.
see the word
And it's not
"or."
necessarily needed in every case, John.
Okay, well, point out
Yeah.
that, you know.
Even 10
It's
is
a large group.
The other issue here is, unlike the resolutions we did for the Garrett Hill Steering Committee and the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee, we actually named the members in the resolution. I don't see their names here. I still don't know who's on the committee. If I hadn't tuned in the day I came back from my vacation, I wouldn't even have realized the committee met because it wasn't publicized, but it happened to be on television. So, you know, there are a lot of things that have to go into this document, and I'm hoping we're not going to vote on this tonight to try to pass this because there are a lot of components missing. The other issue I saw that is that we absolutely need to have sunshine. It says it here, but it's in legalese, and I would recommend that when we form these committees, that we specify in detail, explicitly, that they shall meet in public, have public schedules, and allow for public input. Now, instead of saying subject to the Sunshine Act, which basically says that this committee doesn't have to be subject to the Sunshine Act. So it's kind of circular argument. So again, I learned a lot through the process in Garrett Hill. What I learned was the more meetings you have, the more public they are, and the more opportunity you provide for public comment, the better off you are.
When I had said earlier that I would have made 2 amendments, they spoke to both those issues you just brought up. However, they were opposite of both of your points. The first one was adding 2 more members to make it 12 instead of 10. I think in number 1 it said 3 members each and 3 of the Planning Commission and the the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and as I understand it, it was 4 and 4 appointed. And I thought that was a fabulous group who had done a lot of work already, so I don't see why we would, kick 2 people off. That seemed counterintuitive to me. And then the institutional representative, I would, as a decision maker, want to hear from those people. And I would suggest hearing from two types. 1, a higher education institution, and 2, a non-high, one of the other institutions, a church or a private school. I think they have very different issues, and I would want to hear from both. Having someone like that on your committee lets you hear the opposition you're going to hear. It lets you hear what might practically work, what might not. It doesn't mean you're going to listen to, take everything they say. It's always good to hear from the people that you're regulating how things might work out in reality.
But you don't necessarily have to have them on the committee to give them the opportunity to be heard.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is where you're going to hear them, or what's the form of hearing from them. My opinion is that we should hear from them, but we should hear from them in the same format that we use for Planning Commission and Implementation Committee, not in this format.
Well, we can agree to disagree there. I mean, I think when you're putting things together and getting suggestions together, the more information you have, the better.
Yeah. And the big issue is that a committee is, when they finally come up with recommendations, they're going to be referred to the Planning Commission for discussion and follow the procedure. It's just a think tank, to come up with ideas.
Public comment.
Susan Stern, 813 Lawrence Lane. I actually serve on the Planning Commission, as you know, and I serve on this ordinance review subcommittee that you're discussing tonight. And for my part, and I'm only speaking for myself tonight, I welcome the guidance from the Board of Commissioners when and how you vote on it in its format, because as a group, if there's anybody who's going to be looking at ordinance review, guidance from the Board of Commissioners of what our parameters are will ultimately save us time in the process. But I actually wanted to throw out a completely different thought here, because I've been following this for a while about the need for ordinance review, and I read through our comprehensive plan when I applied for Planning Commission that named in a number of different areas where we need ordinance revamping. And in fact, to read the 2003 comprehensive plan, it references the need from the 1988 comprehensive plan, the need to do ordinance review. So we're really looking at almost 20 years that there's been discussion about the need for a variety of amendments to the zoning ordinances in Radnor. And Mr. Spengler just referenced that, we come up with these groups. And Mr. Zinkowski actually made I think a pretty salient point. It's going to be a huge task for any commission, whether it's the Planning Commission or a group that you form in a public meeting, to revamp all the various ordinances in the township. And the one thing I've heard is that the reason that we're asking volunteers to do it, and I'm happy to serve and happy to work hard on it, don't get me wrong, but that the reason that we're asking volunteers to do it is that it's felt to be too expensive to have an outside professional planner look at our ordinances comprehensively. And my question to you is, that's what I've heard. My question and my request of you would be to have the conversation. Why not get a request for, an RFP out there, and let's see how much that costs, and at least make an informed decision that a professional planning group that would strategically look at all of our ordinances and in a short, relatively short period of time, rather than the piecemeal way we're trying to do it.
But wasn't
that might be more cost-effective.
Wasn't that part of the the comprehensive plan committee? We had land planners involved in that, and they were the ones who came up with the recommendations. It was simply a matter, at that point, of implementation, taking it, prioritizing it, and bringing it to us.
I was a relatively new Radnor resident when the comprehensive plan was passed in 2003, but 7 years later, I think that the people who were on those committees have worked really hard, and I think that actually speaks to exactly what I'm saying. It's a big job and a long, long, long process, and there are probably several different really important ordinances that need to be addressed. And, the Wayne overlay took a long time, the Garrett Hill took a long time. There are all sorts of other priorities in the comprehensive plan that I read that need attention. And I'm not saying that's the right or wrong answer. I'm just saying that if we're going to say it's too expensive to have a professional come in and perhaps assist in the whole process, maybe we need to find out how much that would cost to work from a point of information. I don't know.
We actually have an in-house expert, and that's Matt Bellman. I mean, he's the one who works most closely with implementation to determine what it is we need. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt? And one of the reasons why you were hired?
That's correct originally. Now my focus has changed a little bit, but yeah, that was the intent.
And Matt's been actually a really great resource to us in the last week or so with some questions that we've had, and we discussed the fact that there are some limitations to what he's able to do with the current software that he has, and I'm not going to use all the right words in terms of some of the questions we were asking him in our group to gather. It was a suggestion. It doesn't have to be what happens. I'm just saying that maybe from a strategic standpoint, it does make sense to take a look at having, and maybe it means reprioritizing Matt's role here in the township and refocusing him, recognizing it's been a pretty hectic time here the last couple of years, but maybe that's the best use of his time, at this point. I don't have the answer to that. I know that whatever you want us to do as a commission, I welcome the direction. I welcome the opportunity to do it in the public because, by the way, Mr. Fisher, I did come to a meeting and announce that meeting on the 30th. I actually came here to a commissioners meeting and publicly announced that. So it was on the website and it was announced publicly that we were having that. And I was happy to have it in the public because I think ultimately that's going to shorten the process. I know it feels like it doesn't. But when everybody's concerns are laid on the table from the get-go, ultimately, I think that saves time. And, whatever you decide tonight, I know for myself, I'd appreciate clear direction on what the 8 of us should or should not be doing at this point. So, thank you.
Can I
Thank
just
you,
ask a
Susan.
follow-up question to Matt? Matt, do you have a list of what you think the priorities are that need to be addressed?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I sit on a lot of committees, and zoning hearing boards brought to our attention a couple of years ago that planned institution height was a concern, except they wanted to increase it because they were seeing, in that particular year in 2008, a lot of variances for height relief, Villanova University. So they came to the Planning Commission, and Planning Commission didn't agree with that, so that didn't go anywhere. Design Review Board has approached me about some concerns in the zoning code that they have. HARB has their own concerns that they want to open that up. So, yeah, I mean, I personally have some priorities, but, I listen to the committees and I listen to the citizens also for their concerns. But obviously, anything goes through you, and then you authorize us to proceed ahead. So, C1A is another example.
But if I understand to a certain degree, you're the guy who lives in this environment every day.
Correct.
We sit here once a month, every couple, twice, and it'd be useful to see from me anyway, what you think the priorities are. I can speculate, but I'd like to see them.
Well, if you'd like to see that, I'd rather than me individually, with Dan.
I'm okay with
and the
whoever you
solicitor,
draw on.
we'll put something collectively together that we see on a day-to-day basis that concerns us, and whether it's impervious, height, any of those issues, I'd be glad to put a list together.
But also, if I may add to that, though, I mean, there's got to be some direction too as well, because we can't haphazardly where we're throwing it all over the place. I think there needs to be a consistent direction from the board of how you want us to proceed as an administration and provide you with information, because we can ask everyone how they go, but I think there needs to be a process in which that is. But I think ultimately it comes back to the decision and that the Board of Commissioners have to make to set directives to the administration of what you want us to cover and to accomplish and to see and report back to you and get the direction so that we are going in the direction that the Board of Commissioners are setting that policy in the direction where we need to go.
Diane Edbrell, Spruce Tree Road in Radnor. And just to sort of follow on to what Mr. Zankowski said, that is really, with all due respect to you all, because I'm sure you know what your jobs are, that is the job of any board of directors, whether it's of a municipality or a nonprofit organization or a Fortune 500 corporation. It's to set the policy for the entity, be it the township or the organization or the company. And it's very clear to me, having attended the meeting on June 30th, that the folks who were assembled to address the problem were really operating sort of in the dark because they didn't have any guidance officially from the Board of Commissioners as to what you all wanted them to accomplish. That is the fundamental role of the Board of Commissioners, is to set the policy for Radnor Township. And, you know, you have to give them more guidance than they have, because having sat there looking at what they were doing, it was clear to me that there was a huge disconnect. And you know, everyone has been talking about the comprehensive plan, the comprehensive plan, the comprehensive plan. You know, I'm sitting here reading the goals that were written down and approved in the comprehensive plan. And I'm going to just sort of boil them down to their essence, the four main goals: to encourage sound planning while preserving the existing character of institutional properties, to harmonize Radnor's existing institutions with adjacent land uses, promoting physical buffering and better programs of communication, to integrate institutional traffic issues with the transportation planning elements, to improve communications, and to ensure compliance with township revenue-producing ordinances, especially those dealing with non-student revenue-producing events. And then it sort of concludes the goal section by saying all institutional use code requirements should be reviewed, and any redevelopment which results should be compatible with the total goals, objectives, and recommended actions of this comprehensive plan. If that is the case, I must tell you, having sat at that meeting on June 30th, that couldn't have been farther than what was going on at that meeting. Now, I have great respect for the people who worked hard on that committee and who did work outside of the public eye, but they were operating at a disadvantage in that they only had their own sense of what was to be accomplished to work with. That being said, one of the goals that they stated was their goal was to facilitate growth of these institutions. That was said at the meeting. I was upset to hear that, because that really seems to me squarely at odds with the goals of the comprehensive plan. I mean, I can give you a few examples of things that made its way into this first draft of an ordinance that, you know, really speak to these things, including changes in building heights, changes in minimum setbacks, and changes in structured parking regulations, all of which, according to the proposed changes that the working group or committee put together, really sort of enabled the growth, but are really at odds with this. Much to my surprise, and, you know, not to be dramatic, but really, you know, shock, was a proposal in the ordinance to eliminate the need to review these institutions' 10-year plans. How that facilitates communication in accordance with our comprehensive plan is really beyond me, to suggest that these institutions no longer need to communicate with us on a regular basis their long-term plans for growth and development. So I must say that, you know, having been at this one first public meeting after a series of, you know, other preliminary meetings where a first draft was arrived at, you folks really ought to either vote down this ordinance or table it until you can decide what your direction is, because this committee, as all committees in the township, need your direction. It's not their job to determine how these institutions grow. That's your job. And I thank you for your attention. I thank you for your time, and I'm sure we'll be having more to say. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Tamola, previously mentioned. Okay. I think the thing that is wrong with this whole situation, yes, you have a certain responsibility, and it has been, you thought you were doing the right thing. I think that each of these groups, the Planning Commission, the Zoning Hearing Board, every commission and board you have here, thinks that they're doing the right thing. I think that what is lacking in this township, and has been lacking for a long time, is training. I think that you folks don't get any training to be on the board. You learn kind of as you go. I think that that becomes dangerous when you're talking about things like land use and many other ordinances where people don't know what is legal, what isn't legal, what they can and they can't do. A number of people who are on this committee have been through this for a long time, and we have an idea of, have sat through numerous Planning Commission meetings and Zoning Hearing Board meetings to come up with a concept of what can and can't be done. I kind of feel bad that this has been denigrated, but on the other hand, it seems as though this method is working. You can't just say, oh, let's all talk about planned institutional, and everybody raises their hand and it's all over the place and no one knows what direction you're going in. You have to start from a base. That's what we did. We started from a base. We recognized the things. We did not make this up by ourselves. We, in fact, listened to commissioners, Zoning Hearing Board, Matt, the people from the design review, all the different people that Matt has mentioned. We actually talked to other people. And that's another thing that's wrong with all of this. Everything that you're talking about, you keep acting as if you can't talk to us, or we can't talk to you, or that we can't talk to the institutions. All of that is possible. All you have to do is say it. All you have to do is reach out. The concept of not doing the plan for the planned institutional, I was on the Planning Commission, the ADA Comprehensive Plan, and our idea for trying to get a grasp of their intentions for growth was to use this long-range plan. Well, a lot of times you have things that don't end up working when you go forth to make a change and make things better, and that did not work. The institutions didn't give us the plan, change the plan at the last minute. They are subject to suddenly getting an influx of funds for something that they hadn't anticipated, but they're targeted for that thing. So people have to remain flexible. The plan isn't as important as it is to be in constant communication. And it seemed like that idea of having the 10-year plan did not work. They didn't adhere to it. We didn't look at it. We didn't expect it of them. It all fell apart. So to say that we kind of jettisoned this desire to be in touch with the institutions was totally the opposite. We just recognized that that was not the case. So my point is that we wrote this ordinance, or an attempt at an ordinance, a draft ordinance, and we did it so that people would tell us what they think. We've kept a range of ideas, a range of concepts. The whole idea was to elicit a response. Now, we got a response that night. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but we did get a response that night. It was angry and it was somewhat difficult. But we'd like to have gotten a response from people who lived next to the institution or were an authority at the institution. That's the kind of thing that we wanted. So we've raised all this dust now. I think it's kind of a good thing that we've raised all the dust. I'm sorry you're going to table our committee and not have it move forward, because that's what always happens. These plans from 1988 didn't get enacted, not because there wasn't a will, it's because it gets bogged down in all of the crap in between. Excuse my French. But I think that we need to move ahead with this. We need to move ahead with doing these ordinances. If we don't do it, it'll be time for another comprehensive plan. We'll spend another thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars to have somebody look at it and tell us the same things they told us in 88 and 69 in 2003. So let's just move ahead, get some things done, stop picking at things. I know that's not your nature, but and try to get something accomplished that everybody can agree on and everybody has some input.
Before you step down, the difference between the 88 plan and the 2003 plan was simply that we recognized that we had to have a group to implement it.
Right.
And the thing I kept squawking about was we had this wonderful comprehensive plan back in the late 80s, sat on a shelf. Nobody did anything with it. We spent tens of thousands of dollars getting it adopted. It's different this time. That's why implementation is there.
Right.
Thank
And
you.
I think it is working. These things don't happen quickly, but even just throwing this out there and having all this dust put up about it will at least filter through to having a better ordinance. And that's what we're interested in the end. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Christina Peroni. I'd like to just clarify a few points that were made. I agree with implementing the comprehensive plan, but that's not what this group was doing. This group was coming up with brand new rules, brand new laws that would completely change the landscape of Radnor Township. Huge buildings were being proposed. There were tremendous changes.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you a second? This group was coming up with recommendations.
And what word did I use?
You spoke as if they were the ones preparing the final ordinance and passing it.
I believe that you would know, as others would know, that this group has no power without the Board of Commissioners.
That's
and I
right.
think that goes without saying.
And in
that-
fact, the irony in this whole discussion is there ended up being additional public meetings
Mr.
than would
Nagel,
have been if
I
we
don't-
followed the other process.
I don't want to belabor the points of how this was created, but the draft was created in secret. And people did not attend that first draft. Mr. Curley, I love your opinion on this, and I applaud your clarity on asking for complete public meetings and public disclosure, as well as Mr. Fisher. And Mr. Rice, I am so disappointed to hear you finding a way that we could crawl in and out of it. Radnor Township doesn't need a way to crawl in and out of public meetings. We need to say, you folks need to say, as a rule, everybody has to be public, not if you just have one member not attend, then you guys can work. That's a secret meeting. So let's just try and be perfectly clear. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Higgins. I think that tabling this committee, we can start from scratch. We can come up with a clear mandate. If the mandate is to implement the comprehensive plan, then it would not be to change the building height from 38 feet to now they propose 68 feet. I don't know who offered up the 68 feet because it was done in a private meeting. So there are huge changes. Mr. Mahoney, my other point to you is I live in your ward and I am concerned about Eastern and Valley Forge, what's going on there. But the reality is, if your concern was about them and that particular issue, you would, one, please ask to reinforce and enforce the parking codes that are currently not being worked on. And there are a couple other things. Mr. Rice could give us some opinions to help us. You haven't promoted either of those. Nothing in the draft that they did will help the will help the situation with Cabrini and Eastern and
Christina,
that whole
would you
area.
please come back to the thing that's in front of us?
I absolutely will. I support tabling this whole committee until we have clear direction on all our committees. Thank you.
Mr. Barker.
Rick Barker, 920 Lewis Lane. I also serve on the ad hoc PI Ordinance Review Committee. And I understand that it is Christine's and Diane's opinion.
I'm sorry, could you address the board and not anyone in the audience?
Pardon me?
Talk to us.
I understand that there are some that have the opinion that these committee members were not acting in the public's interest, but it is not my opinion, okay? And I assure you that the members of this committee are well-intentioned, long-time-serving public servants here, okay? This is my opinion. This is my impression, okay? Now, I happen to agree that certainly when it comes to zoning, and other things, that it's important to have sunshine committee, sunshine policy. What's before you right now really is, are we going to go sunshine or aren't we? I think that certainly for the PI committee, it's appropriate. It's up to you to decide if it's appropriate in, you know, all of these boards, commissions, authorities. The thing that I'd like to make you aware of is that when we go sunshine, it means that the meeting times must be published. So there's that additional criteria. Now, with this particular ordinance, you need to decide how many members you're going to have on the committee. And number three, it's really not clear. And there's no process to get to one if, in fact, you want one. So you either need to decide how many you're going to have. Is it more than one from each of these committees, and you need to identify which ones. But it's your job to appoint vacancies. So if you don't know how many you're supposed to be there, you can't appoint a vacancy. And also, I can assure you that the PI definitely needs work. The parking standards are entirely inadequate. For one example, there's no standards for a stadium whatsoever. There's no standards for structured parking whatsoever. And the setbacks in the footprint and the impervious deserve looking at. And in my opinion, we need much better lighting, much better noise standards. I think I'll just leave it at that. The committees need to know whether they're sunshine or not. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick.
My name's Colleen Price. I live at 352 Shimoni Road in St. David's. I'll try and make it brief. I don't think we should have the institutions on the committee. I think they could be part of a focus group. I mean, institutions are not residents. They don't have a right to vote. They can't vote for our elected officials, and I don't think they should be on committees where they may at least have a perceived right to vote. Also, on the comprehensive plan, I read it thoroughly. There was absolutely no direction for these institutions to grow. And the initial premise of the group was to promote growth. So I think there's a disconnect there. And we were constantly chastised every time we talked about any particular institution. And if you read the comprehensive plan.
Colleen, may I ask you a question? And maybe I can ask Rick or one of the other members. What I heard when I watched that program was not that they were encouraging growth. They recognized that the institutions plan to grow, and they want to harmonize that growth.
There was no directive for them to grow, and I don't think institutions need to grow. Villanova is not going to go out of
That's
business.
your opinion.
I think it's generally the opinion of the people who wrote the comprehensive plan.
Well-
Villanova is not going to go out of business if they stay at 7,000 undergraduate students. They'll be fine. They could remain that way forever. It's how colleges market themselves. They're small, medium, and large. They don't all grow. We don't all turn into Penn State.
Well,
Colleen,
That's not the
Colleen,
plan.
over here, the opening statement of the comprehensive plan says to maintain the character of Radnor Township. Well, the character of Radnor Township is not the character of University City, okay, in Philadelphia. It's quite different. And it's not, we're not maintaining the character, I can say that.
And I agree with you. And if you look at the numbers at Villanova with 7,000 undergrad, maybe 4,000 postgrad, if you get the same thing over in my end of the world, you could end up easily with 22,000 students and 30,000 residents. You'll end up being Chapel Hill. I mean, it really could turn into a college town. And I think it is a very important thing to redo the PI. I don't think the ad hoc group, I think they did a wonderful job, and I don't mean to pick on anyone on the group. I think they missed the point of it, and I'm wondering if we could sort of kind of jumpstart this and just do an ordinance where we adopt a conditional use approach like all of our neighbors do. Lower Marion and TE, they come to the neighbors, the schools say, look, we want to put this in, and they say, well, let's make sure there's no adverse impact. And that's how it gets approved. And that's how you'd get your balance between institutional growth and what the neighbors want. And I'm wondering if we could get an ordinance proposed maybe by Mr. Mahoney or Mr. Fisher, people who are in the institutional areas, that might address doing something like that and getting balance and getting it quick before all these plans start coming in. All right, thank you.
Rick?
In response, John, just to clarify, it's been stated that as if there is no growth potential for these institutions. These institutions have growth potential. They have a right to grow. They have a capacity to grow. The growth must be managed, and this was the intention of the subcommittee all along. I understand folks got the impression that this wasn't happening. But again, my opinion, my perspective is, in fact, it was happening. These are the concerns of the committee. And again, they are very important concerns, just as Colleen has related. Thank you.
And, Villanova hasn't grown in the last 10 years, but they got a new law school, they got a new nursing facility, they got a new basketball facility. So even without growing, there's going to be pressure to improve things and all. So that's why you take a look at it to see if it's being done the way the community wants it to be done.
One of the points Ms. Price made about making sure that whenever anybody wants to grow or change, that they come to the board. I think that is really powerful, because if they're in a certain area that's very densely populated, maybe it's really going to ruin impervious. Whereas if it's an area that's got, when you've got a huge plot of 50 acres or whatever, one part might be very dense and cause water runoff problems and another area wouldn't. In particular, I come back to Mr. Barker said that institutions are allowed to grow and they have the right to grow. They don't have the right to grow if they're following our zoning laws. And our zoning laws have a lot, not all of them do. Our zoning laws have very tight rules on parking spots, and we are not enforcing those rules. And so I would come before and ask the board to please enforce our current rules, because that's what stops the growth. That was one of those benchmarks that we put in to protect the people. So it's not like they have the right to grow. So I would hope that we stop with that premise that every single institution has the right for a lot of growth, because it's only if they meet our parking and other rules. So let's not assume they have that right, because a lot of them don't.
Just to add into this discussion that, not all growth is bad. Some growth, there may be institutions out there who are not big enough. They don't have enough space to house their students. So their students overflow into our neighborhoods and cause a lot of consternation. It would be wonderful if they could grow to accommodate those students and keep them all on their campus. That's the type of growth we would like to promote. So this is the type of thinking we need to give to a subcommittee and have hashed out. And it is going to be messy. You're going to get a lot of dust. And that's the way it works. That's the way making legislation works. You have all different types of opinions that are different, strong opinions that are really different. Everyone gets in the room, puts it all out there, and then this board decides what's best for this community. So I have no problem with putting all of these opinions out there, starting out with something that maybe some people hate. And those things that people hate will fall out if a lot of people hate them. Or if they made it all the way to this board and it was really awful, it wouldn't pass. So, the process itself is not clean. It's never going to be clean. No matter what we do, no matter what we set up, we're going to have disagreements about what goes into these changes. That's to be expected and welcomed. You get the better legislation that way.
All right, I'm going to call the vote.
Could I make one more comment, please?
Okay.
I think what I'm taking away from all of this is that we still need to recognize that there's a sense of urgency with regard to the planned institutional zoning. And I don't think that a tabling of this resolution should be used to delay dealing with what is an anachronistic ordinance at this particular point. We need to look at it. We need to look at it fairly quickly. So whatever we do in this vote, I think we should have a direction back to the staff to come back to us with a clear recommendation within 30 to 45 days on the outside as to what you think we should do. Should we consider an ordinance to revamp the PI right now? Should we set up this committee to review that, or should we simply set up the committee to review the ordinances generally? I want a clear recommendation from staff as to what we should do so that the folks in the implementation planning commission are hanging out there and everybody else that's concerned about PI isn't wondering why we're sitting around twiddling our thumbs. So that's what I would like. So I will make a move to table this resolution with a direction to staff to come back to us with a recommendation on what you think we should do to deal with the planned institutional zoning and/or a committee to review same.
So didn't we decide that the procedure was we had to vote on the first motion?
No,
That's what I
no.
thought we were doing.
We got rid of the table so we could continue to discuss it. The table's coming back now, if somebody will second it. Doesn't second, it fails, and we'll vote on the motion.
I don't know that it's staff that needs to make that decision, it's us.
I mean, I'm ready to make that decision in about a minute, as soon as we vote on this thing. So what I think we should do is vote down the motion that's before us, and I'm prepared to make a motion that we ask staff to revise this to have Planning Commission examine PI. And we can have that debate next week or next month or now, but my 6 years on planning, PI was always the problem. No matter what it was, every PI application came with problems. So my opinion is that PI stood out. Hank mentioned some urgency. I sense that there is some urgency with this, so I don't need more time to say that staff should be directed to prepare an examination or start the process of examining PI, and that's my opinion on how we should proceed.
Well, the difference, I'm going to vote for this motion, and the reason is, the difference is the Planning Commission has an agenda every month. They have things to work on. You know, these are volunteers that are willing to just look at this, and that's what we need. We need people that are going to volunteer to spend the time to look at this institutional district and come with recommendations they can take to the Planning Commission. We'll have a public debate, and then they come to the commissioners.
Okay,
Can I just interject?
Yes,
Because
John.
I count 4 or 5 motions.
Well, we
Everybody
untabled
but
one.
Kevin, I think, has made a motion. Kevin, do you want to?
Not too late.
I don't need to be heard.
My
votes speak for themselves.
The first thing I heard was a motion to approve this resolution.
That's right.
So
That's
let's.
what I think we should vote on.
I just wanted to make sure I knew which one you were voting on.
That's what we're voting on.
Okay.
I'm calling the vote on Resolution 2010-28.
Wait a minute. I had amendments to that I would make if we are not tabling.
Okay. Make your amendment.
So then the amendments that I'm moving to amend it so that number 1 reads 4 members from each PC and CPIC, and number 2 reads 2 institutional reps, 1 from an institution of higher education and 1 from a smaller institution, either church or private school or something like that.
Okay, do we have a second on that? Amendments? I agree with the 3 and 3 being 4 and 4. In number 1, I think number 2 is not as important personally, so I can't support it the way you put it out. So if you change it back to just.
Fails for less than a second. Let's vote on the motion.
All right. All in favor of Resolution 2010-28, say aye.
Aye.
We have 4. All opposed?
Opposed.
3. Motion passes.
I do want to take a moment to make sure that blame is not put on the members who served on, or are currently serving and will serve. So particularly on Steve, essentially, there was an initiative, a good faith act to make an improvement. There was what, in my opinion, tacit support from the Board of Commissioners to do that. There was a prevailing opinion that this should and could come bottom up. And so these members just took the initiative, and Steve Palantonio in particular. So even if I said things that might have appeared critical, it was not in any way critical of what they were doing. It was simply my belief that a better way should be pursued. So thank you for your efforts.
Okay, now that that's passed, though, we have some logistics because we have to put out who's going to be on this committee. We need to decide how we're going to recruit the new people on this committee. We have at least 3 citizen members, one of which is an institutional rep. So do we want to?
We'll advertise right now. We passed
Let's
this resolution. Anyone's interested in this job to be the citizen rep, and we need to contact institutions, Bob, and find out who they'll put on it. And as our charter says, this is a 30-day process.
And
so anyone's interested, send your resume into Bob Zinkowski here at the Township Building electronically or by snail mail to 301 Ivan Avenue. Thank you. John? Next
And I
item.
think
on the
we should
agenda.
make appointments next meeting.
Yeah,
We can't.
I
Our
think.
charter says 30 days.
At the next meeting.
Oh, the next meeting, is that
Beyond.
30 days?
All right, in the September meeting, first
Right.
September meeting.
Okay, next on the agenda is item I, Resolution 2010-26, establishing a procedure for disclosure of conflicts of interest for all elected and appointed officials, employees, outside consultants, and members of all the boards, commissions, and ad hoc committees. I motion, the manager has presented us with a draft of this. I motion to approve this resolution. However, I do have some
Well,
changes.
Let's do the motion first. then
Yeah,
we'll take
so
the-
I have a motion to approve this resolution 2010-26.
I'll second.
Okay, now, I did read it as carefully as I could, but, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the areas of concern that I have is that we have members that this Board of Commissioners appoint to various boards and commissions that may or may not have conflicts of interest because of their employment, meaning these individuals are receiving a paycheck from someone who, from some institution or business that may be in direct conflict with the work that they're doing. So I'd like to make sure that this resolution includes that. And John Rice, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't really see that explicitly stated. It kind of works the other way around. It talks a lot about employees and outside consultants that contribute money or in-kind services to Radnor, but it doesn't talk about this. So my proposal, and John Rice, correct me if I'm wrong, that an elected or appointed official, employee, outside consultant, a member of any board or commission or committee is employed by a business institution or other legal entity that may financially benefit from township action, which may include subdivision and land development, zoning approvals, permitting, or review of zoning code amendments, zoning map changes, public works projects, or any other action or direct benefit to the member's employer. Again, my purpose here is to try to eliminate this conflict of interest that exists when an employee who's being paid by an institution or a corporation is receiving a paycheck from that corporation or institution, and at the same time they're helping draft zoning codes that could in fact benefit those institutions or corporations. This is pretty clearly, this provision is already in the ethics code, that if you personally benefit in any way, and, if you receive a paycheck from your employer, and if your employer is a corporation or an institution, and then you are helping to write code or you're passing legislation that benefits that institution or corporation, there's a significant conflict of interest there.
Right,
I would like that to be included in this ordinance, this resolution.
No, I disagree, because I think the people, for example, could be employed by Agnes Irwin, but in fact, they're on planning and looking at other applications, and they should recuse themselves in the matters associated there. So recusal takes care of the point you're making, John. I mean, we would have like no one on our boards.
John, number 3, I think addresses it. An organization, pretty broad, of which any of the designated individuals is a member or officer stands to benefit from a Radnor Township transaction. I mean, that, we can expand transaction to include, zoning decisions, any kind of land use decision, any kind of permit decision. We tried to make this as broadly as possible. The State Ethics Act does not cover everybody that's on your boards and commissions. I mean, there's a specific definitions, specific types of employees that are covered, but most of your boards and commissions, except maybe the Planning Commission, maybe the EAC, aren't covered under the State Act. So, but that, I think if you expand on the definition of transaction to include land use, if someone is a member, and we can say or an employee of an organization that stands to benefit from a decision like that or a transaction, then that would cover that particular situation. There's a couple other, number 6, I think, sort of touches on the same thing. Anyone in a position to make decisions or stands to benefit or is a member of an organization has a duty to disclose that conflict as soon as it arises. So, but we're not specifically talking about zoning decisions or land, so we can add that in both of those sections if that's the board's desire. And then that's the only, and this is a disclosure form. You know, whether or not there's a legal obligation to recuse yourself is a further question, either under the state act or a decision that the board makes. Because right now, you don't have any, you have an existing provision regarding real estate disclosures, which we implemented last year. And that probably ought to be added in here too, although we're already doing that. That's in 9.05 of the charter. That should be added into this resolution also. But there's nothing even in that section which then says, once you disclose that, what happens? Who makes the decision as to whether or not that person can vote? If you're not covered under the state act, then it's disclosure, and that's the end of the discussion. So this resolution has your manager making an initial recommendation, and then the board ultimately deciding whether, or the individual can make, you know, if the individual just decides I'm recusing myself on this basis, then it doesn't get to the board. And I think that'll happen in most cases.
The other suggestion I have is on the actual the form, the disclosure form. I don't see, it says I had the following conflict of interest to report. I think what would be helpful also is for the person filling this form out to state their employer's name and their employer address, because they may not perceive that as a conflict of interest at the time they're filling this form out, but this would give us the mechanism for looking at someone's actions on a board or commission versus who they work for. Without knowing that piece, without knowing that someone is receiving any type of remuneration from an institution or a corporation, it would be very difficult for any of us to, even the manager, to know that there's a conflict, a potential conflict of interest. This is pretty typical that you would have to state your employer name and employer address in any other type of situation, so I don't know why we wouldn't consider that.
Well, we should follow the form that we all fill out.
Right, well, yeah, just like the elected officials and appointed officials have to fill out a financial disclosure form every year, we not only have to state who our employer is, but any sources of income whatsoever, whether it's a corporation, institution, or other source.
Also, shouldn't this form be revised to agree with the language in the resolution in that it should say, I have no actual or potential conflicts?
Yes.
And if you put icing on the cake, say as described in whatever sections.
I have a couple of questions. So the effect of this form, for example, item number 5, the effect would be that if someone was a member of the Conservancy, the Friends of the Library, the Friends of the Radnor Trail, they would have to simply disclose that.
Right.
And then we would probably have to make, according to this, we'd make hundreds of decisions per year, because I would imagine a sizable number of our volunteers are also members of these nonprofits. So is that the intent?
No, you just have to disclose that you're a member of that organization. That's what then
But
stop it.
doesn't item B talk about then the Board of Commissioners have to make a determination?
After the township manager makes the initial determination and a recommendation to the board. I think practically.
Yeah, I understand.
I think
Okay.
practically at that point.
So it's going to give Bob a better idea to say that certain people should not be part of a particular process, and then he'll bring that up when the time comes, right?
And it may be something that Bob, well, not to speak for Bob, but he may resolve right at that level,
Right.
never
Yeah.
gets to you.
I understand.
I
Okay,
mean,
so,
I'd like to know.
I plant the plants on the trail. It's an in-kind contribution to Radnor Township. You know, and my business pays for that. I just disclose it, that's all. It's not a conflict. Bob's not going to say you can't do that. Bill.
No, and
You
when
can
if there's
be a
an issue
commissioner.
and
that's
when we as
raised,
commissioners
depends on
vote,
what
we
plants
should
you're
know
putting
that kind of thing so that we can sense if there's a bias,
yeah.
then we know where the person's coming from that's
So
making
does
the
item
proposal.
number 6 require some kind of disclaimer that would provide for the general benefit similar to the way the charter reads. So, in this, you could purchase open space you could be part of a purchase of open space closely proximate to your home, and the board could, if they wanted to change that, they could vote you off because you get too much benefit. In your argument, one's argument would be, well, I just get the general benefit. I mean, it's the same language as in our charter.
Correct.
But that's no direct benefit, buying open space.
Right.
If you're next
Well, that
door
was
to it.
just an example.
there's
There are
no
a heavenly
direct
host of ways that it could apply.
I mean, this is going to come into play when you have a board or commission that is making a decision on something that they have some connection to or some potential or actual conflict. I mean, that's when the disclosure has to occur. I mean, there may be nothing in front of the planning commission for a year about a planning commission member's particular company, and then something comes in front of the planning commission in the form of a development plan. At that point, that person makes a disclosure and recuses himself, or discusses it with Bob and
Okay,
makes that decision
I
at that
think number
point.
6 needs to have a statement about the general benefit similar to how our charter reads. Don't decide now, but you look at that, and in my opinion, it should have that.
You're under A6?
Yes, I am. I think it's a mistake to let commissioners vote on whether other commissioners are allowed to vote on a particular item. My opinion, a preferable way to do it is to have the solicitor and the manager make a determination. And if a person then votes, despite the determination that they shouldn't, the public can take their outrage on them at election time. And if it's a member of one of the boards that we appoint, then we can remove that person. But to me, it's a mistake. To me, the authority should be with the manager and the solicitor, and and the public ultimately for the commissioners. And then letter C, this would be a change from the way we do it now. You've instructed us to contact you directly. Now we would go through a very public process. And how would that affect, there's attorney-client privilege when we go to you directly, so we would be losing that attorney-client privilege. Is that your intent, and is that something that we should lose?
I mean, that again is a policy issue for the 7 of you to decide. I mean, this is as broad as what we discussed last week in terms of all boards and commissions. It still is it's a disclosure issue. If it's something that warrants attorney-client privilege, then that could be carved out of this. I mean, under the Act, this whole group is covered under the State Act. I mean, you've got to decide, do you want to subject yourself to this broad of a decision? Because this is much broader than what's required under the Ethics Act.
And this is something that our auditors also had recommended to us as well.
Okay, well, I mean, if I'm assuming, because you have instructed us, you've indicated that what we present to you when we go to you to choose to recuse ourselves or discuss that,
Right.
that there's some benefit to going directly to you, and we're losing that benefit if we do that. And I would need to hear that. I'd need to hear the advantages and disadvantages of losing that benefit. I'm not convinced that it's a mistake, but I'd want to know the benefit, the advantages and disadvantages, and I don't know those now.
Well, I guess the advantages is you get a written opinion from me, which is something that's covered by the attorney-client privilege. That's something that you can get from me, you can get from the State Ethics Commission. I mean, understand, this is going to broaden what's required under the State Act for this board. So, it's a decision. If you want to work on this policy, you can carve out exceptions to this. You can make the commissioners subject to the State Act and the Charter. The Charter pretty much tracks the State Act. It's a little bit broader in some areas. Still requires disclosure, but again, it doesn't say what happens when there's a disclosure. There's no requirement that once something's disclosed that you can't then vote on it. There's no requirement. The only thing that prevents you from voting now on a conflict of interest is the state act. That's it.
And not all of our boards and commissions are subject to that provision in the
Correct.
state act.
And that was the reason, that we went down this path.
Yeah.
Just to give everybody direction.
This was clearly a recommendation by the auditors. This is clearly something we need after everything we've been through for the last 3 years. There are a lot of conflicts of interest that exist, in my opinion, and I think something like this would be one more tool to make sure that those parties are on notice and won't actually get themselves in trouble. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good way to prevent those conflicts from arising and having an impact on operations in the township and performance by the boards and commissions. So I'm in favor of it the way it's written. I'm not worried about the Board of Commissioners going haywire here and voting people off the island. Don, I appreciate your comments on that.
It's ripe for political manipulation, though.
Well,
when one wants, it's vague, which is very advantageous.
But that means that would imply that the manager would be colluding in that, because
the manager doesn't vote.
The manager shall determine whether an actual or potential conflict of interest exists and shall make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. Okay, so we don't determine whether or not something is to be decided. The manager comes to us and basically discloses to us what the conflict is, and then we decide whether or not a conflict exists.
Okay, my opinion is it goes further than it needs to go, and it should be revised, scaled back.
I have just one more thing to add into the mix, and that this is just a suggestion. I think this is a great idea. I think the more disclosure, the better for everyone. This discussion that we just had about what being a member, you have to list that you're a member of all the 501c3s that you give to. I think it's a little overkill. I would suggest some language. If all you do is write it, I'm sure that the seven of us are members of hundreds of our local 501c3s, and that the volunteers are as well. And simply writing a check once a year to a 501c3 in your community, I'm not sure that creates a conflict.
It's only if that organization has some connection with Radnor that
But they all do.
They all do.
Every single one of them.
So every 501c3 in Radnor that I write a check to, I'm a member of, and every volunteer, in my opinion, that doesn't make you create a conflict of interest. You can decide you want to look at each one of those individually and decide. In my opinion, a kind of blanket statement, writing a $25 check to the firehouse does not constitute a conflict. But you may disagree with me.
Well, I don't think that would be an issue, but if someone would sit on one of those boards that's making a decision where the township is giving those giving dollars, or you're making a decision to give these organizations money, then I think that creates that potential issue.
So what I'm suggesting is that we make some sort of delineation between leadership and writing, someone who just gives financial support once a year. Because
you're talking about passive membership versus active membership.
Exactly.
I think that's the spirit of the point that I'm making. I agree with something like that. Furthermore, if someone is by signing this, you're disclosing that you have a potential conflict of interest, and then you're strengthening the argument that you have a conflict that you should recuse yourself. Now, I know that's a different debate, but you're strengthening that debate, and maybe that's right. Maybe we don't want people who serve on these boards to be part of, or people who serve on the nonprofits to be part of the boards. I suspect most of our board would not want that. But I think this strengthens the argument that people who serve on nonprofits in the township shouldn't serve on boards in the township, or people who are members of nonprofits, and I'm not sure that's what we're intending to do.
But also, too, I think maybe looking on the positive side, this also protects those volunteers who spend a lot of time on the boards that may come under undue criticism, that actually they have disclosed that there is no conflict. So I think on that side, it protects all those who volunteer their time and put a lot of time into this to make sure that if there is something there, that it's disclosed. But also goes back to the issue of training that was brought up about knowing all of these policies and procedures and where conflict actually exists and how they recuse themselves from that particular issue, not everything that they do on that particular board. So it may just be one particular item. They may have to abstain from a vote or recuse themselves from that conversation.
Well, my suggestion is simply that we clarify that if you are just a passive supporter of a 501c3, not leadership, that does not constitute membership as is defined under this policy.
I think, Elaine, we could just insert the word leadership rather than passive.
If I may, is there an opportunity
Not yet.
for comment?
Not yet. Want to make sure all the commissioners are finished.
So in item
Take out
5,
member and leave officer.
Yeah.
Is an officer of the organization.
It's clear, more clear.
Now, have we had enough changes, John, that you really need to take this back and redraft it?
I think what we'll do is we'll redraft all these changes, bring it back in August, circulate it prior to, and then whatever changes, and then this way make it available. to
Diane,
the
do you have
board
any more
for approval.
recommendations with regard to this issue?
Yeah, I do. I have a couple of things. First of all, I think in regard to Commissioner Schaefer's points, you know, I think that while I understand what your point is, I think that it's creating a whole new set of gray areas because, you know, while I think it's pretty fair to say that if you write a $25 check to the Radnor Conservancy or to the library or to the firehouse, you're not a member that really is going to impair your objectivity in any decision-making. You know, the fact is you can not be in a leadership position, but not, I mean, you or anyone on the board can give at such a level that it really sort of demonstrates another level of involvement with the organization. So, you know, while I think, you know, sure, $25 probably shouldn't knock you out of the box, you know, just sort of saying financial support in and of itself, I think is too vague and leaves the potential for the appearance of a conflict. And that's really what I wanted to talk to in my remarks. It's not so much the conflict per se, because I truly believe that all of the people in Radnor Township who serve as volunteers on our Board of Commissioners and on our various commissions and committees and boards are doing so out of the best and most, you know, civic-oriented intentions in the world, and that I really don't think that anyone is coming at this with a hidden agenda. I really don't, you know, and I really want to make clear that in my subsequent comments, what I'm talking about is the potential for the appearance of a conflict, because even though somebody might not have a conflict, might not be coming at their role on a board or a committee with a hidden agenda, up until now, there have been situations that have arisen, you know, and I'm just sort of looking at some things that happened when I was in this room on June 30th, that because of a failure to disclose and because of sort of, you know, different things in a timeline, you look at, oh, this is in, you know, Villanova's 10-year plan, and then lo and behold, there's some tracking language in the ordinance that this committee has come up with. I'm not suggesting that anyone did anything deliberately, but I'm saying that it erodes the trust that the public has in the process. And that at this particular point in Radnor Township's timeline, we need to err on the side of increasing trust, even if that slows down the efficiency, even if it disincentivizes civic-minded people from serving on a committee. I think it's a far better choice at this particular point to err on the side of eliminating any inference, any possibility that somebody might read into a fact situation that there is a conflict and that somebody is not acting in the best interest of the township. That's why I made the remarks I did at the meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Zoning Committee, you know, ad hoc working group committee, whatever we want to call that thing, because there were realities in operation that created an appearance that eroded the public's confidence in that process. And that's why we had to spend so much time dealing with that. I think there are a couple of other substantive things. I think if you look at the Home Rule Charter and the Administrative Code, the language in those documents regarding conflict of interest is much stronger than what's in this proposed form or ordinance. And I would ask the commissioners to ask Manager Zinkowski to try to incorporate some of the strong language from those documents which really govern the business of our township and try to put that in. I think this line about, which in any way involves the proper discharge of his official duties or would tend to impair his independence of judgment in the performance, that's a really strong piece of language, and I think that we shouldn't water it down for the sake of making sure we don't lose committee members. I think there's a lot of public benefit to that. I think it's important that we make the conflict of interest disclosure forms public because, there are people in the public who know things that might not be on the form. And if there's nobody out there who has the opportunity to fact check this, then it's really got limited utility. And then the final sort of substantive comment that I would make is that I think when we're talking about disclosure requirements, it's not enough to disclose your relationship at the exact moment that you're serving on a board or committee, but to disclose the relationship of a spouse, and also, any recent past connection with that organization. So if, for example, you were, a paid consultant to Eastern College for the last 5 years, and even if you're not this year, that's an important piece of information for the public to be aware of before you get named to that new planned institutional, zoning working group committee. I think that's an important thing. I'm not saying it should knock somebody off. I'm not suggesting that it would disqualify somebody, but it's an important piece of information for the public to have access to. And then finally, I think, we have an ethics board in the township, and as I understand it, its mission and its charge is very circumscribed. It's very narrow. Its only job is to really respond and come together as a body to adjudicate matters once they've occurred. But, I know that there's a lot of interest in the public on this particular committee, which has a pretty small membership. Why not consider expanding the charge of the ethics committee to address some of these conflicts? I mean, you've got representation from the community, you've got an open process, and you've got people, I think more people who are interested in that work than there are spots on the committee currently. Those are my comments about this. I think we have to err on the side of being pure as the driven snow, and we should not cut corners on ethics questions for the expediency of doing the work of government.
Rick.
Rick Barker, 920 Lewis. Add number 8, disclosure of all real property in Radnor Township. Make it convenient.
John, I assume you're going to go back and bounce this off the charter also?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know if, Susan Stern, within this ordinance or resolution, would there be a mechanism for a member of the public to raise a question of conflict? If someone had a problem with me, voting on something that came before the Planning Commission, because they happen to be aware through an outside source that I might have a conflict that I maybe didn't disclose because I didn't think of it accidentally, or I don't consider it a conflict, so I didn't list it, or just I listed it and they want to bring forward a question. Is there a mechanism within this?
The Ethics Board.
The Ethics Board currently has that responsibility. You, as a member of public, can go to the Ethics Board.
During public comment at any meeting, someone could raise
Well,
the specter
this
of
kind of
that.
gets to my point. I was wondering that if within this resolution you had a piece that just said, if a member of the public wanted to contact, say, the manager, so that, because I know that one of the things that we've experienced on this subcommittee that we worked in the last few weeks, I could imagine that some people could take it very personally to have their associations within the township or potential, I call them conflicts of interest, just their associations within Radnor Township, to have those questioned. Is there or is there not a conflict? To have that be asked, in a big forum, I could get some people might be feel very defensive. And I was wondering if there's a way to create a format within this resolution that allows for a member of the public to just simply ask the question of staff and have have the question be addressed that way, from the citizens' question, and then if it needs to be discussed or mentioned in public, so be it. But, and rather than, I mean, because the ethics board doesn't really even meet, that becomes a very big process to just simply raise the question, and maybe there's a way to handle it within this particular resolution.
Well, since the manager already has the initial role of determining whether there's a conflict, it should just go back to the manager, I would think.
That's true. Maybe if I could just add one thing. I know listening to all this conversation, just sitting here, and I'm sure those sitting at home, based on this conversation, I don't think we'll have anyone that'll apply for a position based on everything they'll have to go through. However, I think, but I want to be able to say, though, that there's a process, and it doesn't mean that if you have a conflict of interest on one particular item you're discussing on a committee, that means you just recuse yourself from that point, not where that recuses you from even sitting on a board. So I think the issue is there is a process there. I think full disclosure, transparency, all that is part of this. But also, I think just in some of the conversation is you don't want to scare people away either, because all you're trying to do is make sure that if there is a conflict of interest, you disclose what that is, and on that particular item, you may not be able to vote on that or recuse yourself from the conversation. That's all this is. But just from my perspective sitting here, I mean, it could come across as though I don't want to touch any part of these boards and commissions. I think that would just be the opposite of that.
It's a very slippery slope, and you got to be careful. As somebody who was the liaison to the Shade Tree Commission for a number of years and knew what a tree looked like, to have the opportunity to sit next to guys like Jim Ward, John Ward, Wayne Layton, who, because of what they do on their daily living, the expertise they bring to the table, it would be a huge loss to not have their participation in the whole. I sat through instances where Wayne kind of said, hey, this is a polling project, I got to step down.
Right.
But these guys bring expertise that, dwarfs anything I could bring to the table as somebody sitting there, and it would be a huge disservice to, the intent I think is nice, but it would be a huge disservice to lose the expertise that people who do these things for the daily living bring to the table that folks like me in that role just could never bring to the table.
But Kevin, doesn't that really go to the issue of those people can still serve on boards? They just need to recuse themselves.
But to listen to this, you don't want these people sitting out there getting attacked.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that happens already.
You're just going to turn these people off, and as much as people
Kevin,
say,
that's actually a good point, and Diane raised that question of what is the method of reporting this? The fact that we create this opportunity to lodge the complaint with the manager is probably a good,
Keeps it out of the public.
Yeah, it's just it's a gentleman's way of doing it. We don't need to make people feel bad in public. We can raise those questions, and the manager is professional. He'll make a decision. If you don't like the decision, then if you want to go public with your complaint, you can probably do that. But I like the idea of this. This is going to fit in well. We have a resolution later tonight on whistleblowing for the township members, so that these are all recommendations by the auditors, and these are things that we really need in place, and I support this wholeheartedly.
Well, given that there's significant changes, whoever made the initial motion, you want to withdraw it and we'll send it back?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, we're sending it back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Nagel, just a quick question. Is there support from the board to have these documents public so that everybody, it's nice and clean and out there, and so that we're not, and like you said, you can recuse yourself if there's any particular conflict on a vote?
Well, my only answer to that would be by being available. Do you mean come in here and see them, or do you mean putting them on the web?
No. Just if somebody put through a right to know and wanted to know,
They are public documents.
Yeah,
They are public
documents.
documents.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, terrific. And then lastly, I would say that it also is worthwhile to point out if somebody had an affiliation with an organization, that there is a period of time where they can't vote on that particular issue as well. So if I were president of a particular organization and then there was something that affected that organization that I had to vote on, that would be something that you would say, well, even though I'm no longer president, I was there for years and therefore maybe I shouldn't be voting on that particular issue. So there might be, just like lobbyists, have to wait that sort of period of time before they're allowed to get a government job or go from a government job to being a lobbyist. I think we need a little bit of a rest period. So I'd
It's a
ask you
worthwhile
to
comment
consider
if
that.
John and Bob will look into it for us.
Thank you.
Christina, do you have any specific examples in mind?
Yes, she does. We don't want to do it.
I'll just
No,
Let's
have to
go.
do that.
Yeah, I think several of those numbered items could benefit from a timetable, like applied for employment ever, or the last 5 years.
No,
something
I
like that.
think everything has to be current. You know, if you're on the Shade Tree Commission, you don't have to say, oh, Mrs. Jones, oh, yeah, in 1998, I did do some work on your property. That's not a conflict. It has to be current
That's fine.
stuff.
And
And I
according to
would-
this, if you did 50 years ago, if you did work for Ms. Jones, you have to disclose it. So that's my
No,
point.
you
There has to be
shouldn't.
some
No.
All right, you're going to
some
come back with
amount of
recommendations.
And
time to
I would
clarify
I would encourage all of you to give Bob and I your comments on specific sections, and just so we can capture everything that's been discussed here. I have notes all over this. I have a pretty good idea, but once we get this redrafted, we'll recirculate it well in advance of the next meeting.
Thank you. John, you want to move on to the next one?
Sure. Next on the agenda is item J, Resolution 2010-27. It's a lease approval for the Philadelphia Area Independent School Business Officers Association. I'm going to ask Bob Zinkowski, the manager, to discuss this with us and give us some background on this.
Sure. One of the things when I started here and in some of the conversation with the commissioners prior to is some of the vacant space here within this building, to look at the opportunity to see if there was potential fit for organizations to be able to lease some of the space from the township, and an opportunity in the efforts of Matt and Bill Martin and Melissa to find someone that would fit that bill very nicely for us and to also fall within the PLU land use district, was able to come to fruition. So the space here within this building is the old Parks and Recreation Department space that has sat vacant right now. So it'd be utilizing that particular space for this organization. They have two individuals who will be working in this office, as well as their members coming in from various meetings, either small staff meetings or the organization as a whole, which has been described in the resolution, and recommend that the commissioners look favorably upon this lease agreement.
Bob, I have just a couple of questions. Is this a not-for-profit organization, do you know?
Yes, it is.
You say the term of the lease shall be for 1 year with 1 year option.
That's correct.
Whose option?
That would be at the township's option, and that would also give us both an opportunity to see how it goes the first year. Traffic will be one issue, to see how that works within our parking areas. So that'll be something that we'll look at over this 1 year period.
And you or Bill can answer this. The revenues received, does that have to get booked through an enterprise fund or anything like that? Or how does that happen, and is it subject in any way to federal income tax?
Not being a tax attorney, my opinion would be no.
Would it happen, John, would it happen to go into capital?
The commissioners can determine where, if you'd like that set into a certain fund. You can
I'm
actually
just, you know,
determine
I think we
those
do collect
funds.
rents from other properties, so
Sure.
I can't imagine this is any different.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's, I've talked to you about it. I mean, it's up.
the Willows all the time.
Yeah, but that's, I understand. But, we're gradually, continually, and it's just a philosophical thing, we're creeping into competing with our private enterprise in the area. And I'm okay with this as a sort of pilot program, as a test. But, we have lessors in the township who pay us taxes, who pay property taxes, and it's not pristine to me, but I'm willing to be okay with it.
I just had one or two questions. I looked at the rental, the lease rate. It seems to be comparable to other rates in Radnor, so that's good news for us. The one or two things that stuck out were in the second section, the township shall provide the following. Item number 3, it says 1 dedicated landline for fax machine and existing office furniture. I just need clarification on that. That landline, are we providing the phone service, or is that just the wiring within the building?
That's the wiring within the building for just the fax line, that they have cellular phones that will work, or their computers will work within the wireless environment currently established within this building.
Okay. And it looks like they will also be seeking internet service on their own based on the last section. But I see under number 4, wireless internet access I guess I need a little clarification. Generally, something like that, you can throw that, that's a nice thing to throw in or provide, but generally you can charge for that. And is that going to be their only access, internet access, or do they plan to have their own access? Do we know that yet?
John, why don't we have Emily? Would you mind stepping up, Emily, to introduce yourself and maybe discuss about what your needs are?
Good evening. I'm Emily Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Pays Boa. I've been the Executive Director for approximately a year. This opportunity came up to rent this space, and it seems ideal for the things that we currently do and intend to do. I'm not surprised that you might have questions. You are nothing if not thorough.
I guess my question was, will this be your primary internet access, the wireless system that we're providing you, or do you plan to have additional access?
That
Like
is
Fios
all,
or-
that's all to be determined
Okay.
once we have a consultant that we're working with on that very issue.
All right. That was the only question I had. I mean, otherwise, it looks clean to me, and it looks, until we see the lease, it looks like a great opportunity for us and you. I'm in favor of it. It brings revenue to us, and it helps you also, and it
I'll
just
move the
seems to be
approval of the
good.
resolution. Let's go.
Second.
I have a question, Bob. Emily, thank you. 3 looks like it's actually 2 items. 1 dedicated landline and existing office furniture.
That's correct, and it would just be the furniture that's currently.
But that's, so it's separate items you need to
Correct.
enumerate.
Okay.
And the other one, the Board of Commissioners meeting room is Radnor Shire room,
Correct.
so we don't confuse it. That's all I have. Any other commissioner?
Yeah, actually, I had a question. Do we have any idea of the number of meetings per year that would be held in the Radnorshire room?
I think there's an annual meeting that is held, this is correct. And if
Just-
there's some additional, if there's some training that might take place in this room as well.
Okay. Well, this seems like a low-impact tenant, so I'm in favor of this. Thanks.
Any public comment? They can't move in until we pass PLU. Is that what you're going to tell me?
Yeah, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne. Just want to bring up that according to the current PLU usage, I don't see how this is allowed, so I'm assuming this is going to wait until PLU changes.
I hope so. Is that correct?
Nope.
Is that correct or not?
John Rice gave us an opinion, but John, could you reiterate your opinion on this, if this is
Yeah, Matt
covered
and I
under
have-
PLU?
Matt and I have looked at this, and I think as everyone knows, the uses in the PLU are pretty broad in general. But the establishment purpose section talks about land to be one of the uses are other public authorities or public agencies or public-oriented non-sectarian community groups. It's very broad in terms of what the permitted use is. The PLU zoning is going to specify in a lot more detail what you already have. I'm comfortable with, and I'm not sure when this lease would start. I don't know whether it's August 1st or September 1st, but the PLU zoning amendment will be introduced to this board next month, be advertised, I suspect, for your September meeting. But I disagree with Barron. I know Barron has had this issue. I think the uses are broad enough now, and they're really not defined other than to say they're public.
Well, no, actually, I disagree. I mean, I think you're talking about the preamble. I think the uses are pretty well enumerated, starting with municipal, county, state, and federal facilities all the way on down. I don't think they're broad at all. I think they're pretty well defined. The preamble kind of gives the overarching, but it does specify the uses. So I
Thank you for
fail
your-
to see where
Yeah.
this would fit under that until
Okay.
it's actually changed.
Well, thank you for your comment. Any other public comment?
Move in second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And thank you very much, Bob. John, you still
Next,
on?
yeah, I got you. Item K is authorization to send RFQs for the Township Labor Council out. I move to authorize Bob Zinkowski, the manager, to put RFQs out to look at firms for Labor Council.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Emily.
And the last item is implementation of a whistleblower policy. I have a draft here. I don't, Bob, was this provided to all the commissioners and also on the table, or is this just for discussion at this time?
I believe this is all commissioners have received a copy of this. I believe this is sitting in the back of the room as well, the whistleblower policy. But this is something that we look at as administrative policy here, and it's for the information of the commissioners, as well as this has been a recommendation by the auditors to implement a policy, which, as a brief overview, allows staff to raise questions and concerns in good faith regarding activities of those within the organization here without any type of retribution back upon them. And that even goes to the manager itself, where if there's something felt that the manager is not doing appropriately, the staff has the ability to go right to the Board of Commissioners as well. So I think this is a policy in which we know that a neighboring community has adopted. This seems to fall within the guidelines that we're looking for here to establish this policy, and wanted to make the commissioners aware of this particular policy that we'd like to adopt. And we'll also bring us to Commissioner Higgins, one of his points about compliance with the audit reports, that this is one that the auditors have been asking for as well.
Bob, I just had one comment on the draft, and it's, if you flip to page 2, at the end of that first paragraph that starts, it kind of continues over. It says they can contact the township manager, the president of the board of commissioners directly. Should we put the township solicitor in there as an alternate? John Rice is nodding his head.
We could, sure.
Okay.
It also says in a prior paragraph that employees are encouraged to speak with someone in the Human Resources Department, which was news to me, that we have a Human Resources Department. So maybe we should just take that out and put anyone in management.
We can do that.
Well, I'm in full support of this policy. I have to tell you, in 2008, when I started digging into financial matters concerning the manager, in my opinion, cut me off and actually was able to get the board to support the fact that the manager should have autonomy and should have the right to be the go-between between the Board of Commissioners and the staff. But what I was getting signals from staff that there was something wrong, but none of them felt that they had the power or the right to talk to the Board of Commissioners directly because of the manager's bad faith. So this policy should have been in place all along. I'm glad it's going to be in place. I don't think we're ever going to pass this or see this happen again. I really would be shocked. But if it does, at least the staff will have an avenue for voicing their concerns directly with the elected officials, and that the elected officials won't try to control the access of individual commissioners to staff, because that's exactly what happened in 2008, and that's exactly why things took a lot longer to get discovered, because that access was being blocked.
But when you want items for your ward, you're still going to go through the manager, right?
Absolutely.
Good.
So do we need a motion on this? I motion to approve this policy for the manager.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No further report.
Parks and Rec, we have adoption of ordinance 2010-26 for the award of a contract for park signs at Tennell and Macrone. Tammy, would you like to tell us about this briefly?
Sure. Basically, what this we received a grant basically through the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development for the signage, essentially for $10,000. And what we've been able to do is obtain park signage for Emlyn Tennell Park and Clemacrone Park. And also, in addition, it would be 2 gateway signs leading into Garrett Hill, which would be on each of those park properties.
Move the approval of the ordinance.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Are we leaving money on the table?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. Couldn't find one more sign to put up somewhere?
Unfortunately, the grant was specific in the signage requested, and this actually grant was applied for a couple of years ago, so the
Yeah.
prices had come down. They actually were higher
They
at the
look
time.
good sending the state money back. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Well, yeah, they'll believe
They
they
can
want it
use
back.
it.
They want it back.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Public health, nothing. Public safety, Hank?
First item on the agenda is First item is the staff traffic report. You have before you the report of June 15th, 2010. Any questions or comments?
Move the approval.
Yeah, one question. Number 6, from what is it being changed? Or from where is the 12-hour, hold on a second.
North Wayne Line.
Yeah, where is the 12-hour parking now?
Commissioner, we have a bank of 10-hour meters that abuts the SEPTA parking lot. There was a complaint that the gentleman could get there and put money in the meter and still, because of the 10-hour limit, he may be at his business in Philadelphia, take the train, and he may be there 11 hours. So he would be in compliance with paying money in the meter, which required time, but they would only go up to 10 hours. So we decided to go to 12 hours to comply with people that were taking the train into Philadelphia. So there's one bank of 10-hour meters. Again, it's next to the senior center, and it abuts the SEPTA parking on Station Road. Those meters are going to be made 12-hour.
Is there any other place where there's 12-hour parking available?
There is not.
Bill moved it. I'll second it.
I know, but if you want to do it, that's
Moved and
it.
seconded. Any
I'd like
further
to- I
discussion?
get in trouble. I'd like the police to do it.
Any public discussion? All in favor?
Aye. The next item is the introduction of ordinance 2010-25, amending the code with regard to intersection at Pembroke Avenue and East Lancaster Avenue. AJ?
There's a new condo development on Pembroke North. That traffic way, they requested us to look at 2 different locations for stop signs. The only one we're able to regulate is the one coming out of North Pembroke going south onto Lancaster Avenue, so I recommended, staff traffic recommended a stop sign be placed there.
All right, I'll move the introduction of this ordinance.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. That's it for public safety.
Public Works?
Public Works, we have the maintenance agreement with PennDOT regarding handicap curb ramps. Dan, you want to read this, that we're going to put in the
this
ramp?
Bill Hagan's
Bill, I'm
more
sorry,
familiar.
Bill.
This resolution actually has to do with the closed-loop system, and it's specifically in downtown Wayne on North and South Wayne Avenues. And what they were going to do is when they came in with the curb cuts, they were going to change the pavers that we have over to concrete. So I tried to get PennDOT to agree that the township will, at its own cost, upgrade those ramps with pavers and bricks with truncated domes in order to comply with the handicap ramp requirements. And basically, that's the language in this resolution.
So PennDOT was going to pay to do this, now we're going to pay to do it?
Well,
right?
it was a matter of keeping downtown Wayne with the pavers that we spent a ton of money on. It was either that or have them go in there and pull that stuff out and put concrete in there.
Yeah.
So this just gives us the authority to do what we would otherwise not have the authority to do.
That's correct.
I'll move the approval.
Second, is this just an aesthetic thing? I mean, it's not going to change the use or effectiveness or,
No, it was basically on my part, it was an aesthetic issue. We spent a lot of money on the downtown Wayne corners, and I'd like to keep them the way they are. It's a matter of us going in there with brick pavers and doing the work according to the ADA compliance of PennDOT. But we would be doing the work, and they've given us the okay to do that at our own expense.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any public discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Next is a resolution to award a bid for line striping. And we went out with Middletown Township to bid. The low bid was $21,000. Our cost is $9,196. Interstate Road Management Corporation, and I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
I just had one question. It looked like last year this cost was $5,100, and this year, how, is that right? It went up that much?
That's correct, and the reason for it is there's a nationwide shortage in the raw materials to produce the paint, so that's what's driving the cost of the painting up.
So is this basically the same amount of paving, it's just the materials?
That's correct. It's the raw materials that are used to make the actual product.
Okay, moved and seconded. Further discussion? Public input. All in favor?
Aye. Next item is a motion to authorize to go to bid for fuel and lubricants, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Public discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Next is motion authorized to go to bid for the Radnor Township School District School Ground Maintenance Agreement. Who's going to handle that?
I've got that. What it is what we're asking is to go out for proposals for this to do a cost comparison between in-house versus the outside in how that service is provided to the Radnor Township School District.
Who's asking for this, the school district?
No, myself.
Okay. All right, I'll move the approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion or questions? Public? All in favor?
Aye.
And the next item is the authorization to go to bid for sidewalk block replacement. When you sell your house, you have to fix your sidewalks. If it's inclement weather, then you have to escrow money. People move out, so we have a number of blocks that we have the money, they weren't fixed, so we're going to go out and get a bid to fix them. So I'll move the authorization. We have their money, and we're going to fix them with their money.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Public discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And the last item is the discussion to amend the Chapter 162 fee for rear yard trash pickup. 9 or more connected residential dwellings, units sharing a common access area in the rear, reduction from $350 to $200 for each property. John?
Yeah, this came about as we were trying to solve a problem that I had in my ward that was keeping Matt Bauman extremely busy and also taking him to district court more than one time. I worked with Matt and Bill Hagan to come up with a solution. And what we identified is this particular area, there are 9 row homes. Looked at the number of trips it would take for Bill's guys to collect the trash, and then figured the price accordingly so that I think we're actually going to make money on the deal, right, Bill? I mean, nine's the break even, right? Or
Don't
8?
make money. Don't say make
Yeah.
money. I don't see that.
Let's put it this way, it's not hurting, and we're not giving anything away.
We are treating them differently.
Certainly we are.
We had a long, I'll almost go as far as to say contentious debate around backyard pickup. And we came to the conclusion that there was a single exception that you had to meet 2 criteria for. You had to have an inability to do it, to bring the trash to the front, and you had to have an inability to pay for it. And that was the only exception from the $350 fee.
Until now.
Until now.
Correct. And I have a problem with that.
Yeah. Well, Kevin, I mean, I know the area. These houses, I've sold a few of them. They're lined up in a row. They're not going to pay the $350. This is a way to solve a problem, and there's just not much room to put trash out there. It's a unique situation, and I agree with John. He worked it out, and we should support it.
Bill, do you, this road, do you drive down this road, or do you have to send your guys to the backyard to get, how does it actually work?
If it's curbside, County Line Road would be out on County Line Road, and Glenbrook Avenue would be out on Glenbrook Avenue.
So if it's curbside, you have a trash truck stopping on County Line Road. What time of the day do they pick up the trash? Yeah, approximately.
That's later in the day, 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Can I just follow up on that? Bill, do we currently have curbside pickup on County Line Road on that stretch?
Yes, we do.
We do. Is there an undue burden on these properties because they have no way to get their trash out onto County Line? I assume they have doorways facing County Line, but their trash may be...
Trash barrels don't fit through the doors. This is a very
Yeah.
old set of houses with
So
very
they-
narrow doorways. So they have to go from the backyard, walk all the way down the alley, out, and then all the way back to the front of their house. And the problems we've been having is because of that inconvenience, they've been tending to leave their trash barrels in the front. And that's resulted in a lot of work for Matt.
Well, if this is something that staff wholeheartedly believes is the right thing to do, then I may support it. However, I'm a little concerned about the unintended consequences.
We looked at those, John.
Well, I have a few streets in Garrett Hill. There aren't many row homes in Radnor Township, but we have a few.
Right.
And they are connected, and there are more than 9 of them, I believe.
Yeah, 9, and
connected.
everyone has to participate.
Okay, but have we addressed those residents with this option, and have we looked at that, the impact of that? You know, I don't want to create.
What do we
I think-
identify, Bill? The Garrett Hill and then over in North Wayne?
There's some areas on North Aberdeen Avenue.
Right.
I don't want to create a problem
No, we're
where a
not.
problem doesn't exist.
We
You
looked
know,
at
in the
that,
spirit of
Sean.
what Kevin is saying, that we
Here's the-
initially said that we'd have
What
one
we're
or two
doing is,
conditions.
what we're doing is, we're solving a specific problem. If a specific problem comes up somewhere else, we'll deal with that. But these are row houses with, you know, a small backyard, they gotta walk this stuff all the way around, the trash cans are there. It's a good solution to the problem, to get everybody to pay $200. We're gonna be ahead of the game. It's a good solution.
Why shouldn't they pay the $350?
Pardon me?
Because they won't.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you
then-
can't
but then-
mandate them to have their trash picked up in the
But then they should
backyard.
behave properly.
Okay, then we'll keep paying Matt to go to court, and we'll pay lawyers, and we'll pay code officers. This is a good deal for Radnor
So
Township.
if you misbehave, you change the system.
No.
No.
Yeah,
That's
well,
not what
actually,
this is saying.
Kevin's making a good point here. We're talking about non-compliance, so what do? We bend the rules so they are compliant, and I'm just like, you know, I'm worried about this because it's giving, in this case, a small special interest group this special rate where no one else in the township will get the special rate because of the way it's written. You
That's
know,
not true. There's at least 2 or 3 areas in the township that can take advantage of this, John. And I might add, what about the people on Wentworth whose properties go all the way through Callanan? Is their trash picked up in the front yard or the backyard?
They actually have choice because they're fronted on both sides by township roads.
It
Yeah,
does,
but if
look, guys,
one's the
it
backyard.
doesn't matter. Let's just vote. We either do this or we don't. It's a good thing, you know? The commissioner worked this out in his ward to solve a problem. We should support it and do it. It's not a big deal.
Well, we're not voting to amend anything tonight because we need a resolution, ordinance to do that, or at least a resolution. I don't see a resolution here. Is that right?
It does say just discussion.
Yeah, it's a discussion, so we're not really voting tonight, but I think, I'm not trying to
Oh,
be
but
a
you are,
problem here.
John.
So, John, don't say anything.
No.
Mr. Zankowski, do you have an opinion, one way or another on this?
You know, I think this is one that, you know, there's a concern, I think, that was raised by Bill in regards to the pickup and the collection in that particular area. I think a lot of the questions that have been raised by the commissioners have, you know, been considered in this. I think Commissioner Nagel brought this about because of the concerns with Matt and the issues where I think it was numerous calls that were coming in about the cans being left for long periods of time. To some way to look at, to bring some type of resolution to this as well. But also, I think too, there's a precedent that may be set here, that I think there's a concern, I think, on Bill's part of how this is handled and addressed and moving forward. But this is an item, again, that, you know, has been brought to try to resolve an issue of how this is enforced and the potential problem that has been created by the development that sits there. And I think what John talked about, of bringing those out and about and around, all the way around to the front, does this require some type of special exception regarding to other areas of the township as well? So I think this is the discussion that we're looking for to have here and to bring forward that resolution.
How many
To the Commissioner for
people
approval.
pay, 400 people pay for rear yard?
I believe it's about 360.
Yeah, well, I have 100 of them in my ward, and I don't have a problem with this. With 100 people to do it, they're not going to complain to me about helping these people.
Unintended consequences. I can understand that you have a particular issue with a 9-unit parcel of.
No. 9 on each side,
9
each
on each
road,
side.
or an alleyway.
I was looking up other 9-unit buildings and.
18.
And the new Luella, which is written in Trend Magazine, it's on Luella Avenue, which is now, I mean, it was called School Lane, but it's called 102 or something, Luella Court. They're selling those homes for over $1 million apiece. There are 9 of them. They're basically, the description is Mainline's most luxurious boutique condominium. There's 9 of them, and so these over $1 million apiece would only have to pay $200 for a rear yard pickup. So
No, it's not true.
why not? It says where there's
Where are you
9
picking up,
units.
where are you going to pick them up, Bill?
There's 3 on each floor.
Where would I pick up?
It says there's 9
The new,
condominiums.
the new thing that Kaz has built.
In the alley between the two.
Yeah.
Right.
Or excuse me, on the new
On
homes?
School Lane.
I would
It's-
imagine that they're picked up at the garage at the front.
Yeah.
But it basically says here you're going to amend the rear yard for 9 or more connected residential dwellings
With a
sharing a
common
common area in the rear. The reduction is from 350 to 200. And I agree with Mr. Higgins' point. What's the difference? You know, somebody might have a 50-foot or 100-foot driveway, they're paying 350, and if somebody has a 25-foot driveway, they're paying 350. The point was, we said, unless you met those 2 criteria that we labored over for months, and I'll tell you years, part of the conversation, it was either you follow the rules or you
Amend the rules.
or you change the rules.
That's
Yeah.
right.
See, that's part of Radnor's problem. If you don't follow the law, instead of saying there's punitive damage, like, okay, you're not following our rules, then you have fines, you have fees, you have tickets, just like what you're doing for the colleges. The colleges are not following our laws and submitting 10-year plans, so the proposal is to delete 10-year plans. We have to enforce our laws. So there are unintended consequences. I don't know how much money we're making with rear yard pickup, but we haven't even been doing it for 6 months. And I would say that we should at least give this a year. And just because they're not behaving, we don't, you know, when your kids don't behave, you don't go, oh, okay, that's right, you can stay out all night. We enforce our laws, and that's what we should be doing for the people of our township.
All right.
Bob, I want to see a resolution next meeting for this. Old business.
I have can we just get an update on Cowan Park? Because I found it, I know, last meeting, we approved going out for bid, and then in one of the weekly reports, it said that we are currently reviewing possible park improvements. So have we been rethinking what we're going to do there? Do you know?
I think in that, the conversation, I think what Tammy had brought forward, and I concurred with that, is how we move forward in regards to the restroom building as well. I think it was found out through Tammy's efforts and Bill Martin's that there is no match to that particular grant, which I think there was the impression given that there was a $50,000 match that had to be made, which there is no match. That's $100,000 straight money. I also think some of the issues and concerns have been raised by Bill Hagan and his staff too regarding maintenance of these particular buildings, which I know they are looking at, but also the involvement from the planning department, from the building department, from the health department, which have not been involved with these in the past, that we engage them in the process moving forward. So I think this is the appropriate time for us to be able to do these things and go back through the process and to engage all the folks that need to be engaged in this process moving forward, to be involved and come up with a very good solution. Bill has checked with the department in regards to the date in which we have to have this completed, which I still think we're within the timeline to be able to complete this particular facility. Bill, I know, and his staff have been working on different items to look at what these buildings could look like, not only from the aesthetic standpoint, but also from the practicality of the maintenance from these buildings moving forward.
What is the timeline?
Closeout is due June 30th of 2011, so we have till next summer. Now, again,
Closeout meaning whatever
that-
we do has to be completed?
Should be, actually, the project itself should be completed probably 30 days prior to that, and then within that last 30 days, you do your closeout audit with the professional audit firm, and that should be submitted by June 30th.
Right,
So
so
the
when-
project itself should be wrapped up no later than May 30th.
So when will staff come back to the Board of Commissioners with a recommendation?
That would be something that my hope would be that we would come back in August to advise you where we're at, and if we were to move forward at that time, if not, to explain why there might be additional time needed to be able to make that recommendation to the board.
Very good.
But it's still going to be at Cowan Park.
That's correct.
That the money, we're
That's
just
correct.
we're just rethinking how we're going to spend the money and what we're going to do.
Exactly.
Okay. Thanks.
We under old business or new?
Old. Any more old business? New business, I'd like to introduce a young man from the audience, lives in my ward, and he has a presentation he'd like to make briefly, and asking for commissioner support.
Lady and gentlemen of the Board of Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Taj Magruder, and I am a lifelong resident of Bryn Mawr in Ward 5. Graduated from Radnor High School in 2009. I'm going to be a sophomore this coming fall at Penn State. I come to you tonight to propose for your consideration an ordinance that would prohibit discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. The Declaration of Independence is quite clear when it says that all men are created equal. But for centuries, people have sought to impose a strict interpretation on Mr. Jefferson's bold and noble statement. For years, women in this country were treated as objects, the properties of their husband, barred from voting. This has changed. For years, African Americans were treated as something less than human. They were enslaved, segregated into their own world, and slaughtered for sport. This has changed. And for years, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT, Americans have been regarded as second-class citizens, made ashamed of who they are, and treated less worthy than their straight brothers and sisters. This, sadly, has not changed. 4 weeks ago, I was shocked and saddened to learn that there is a glaring gap in our state's laws. The Pennsylvania Human Relations Act protects people against discrimination on the basis of race, color, familial status, religious creed, ancestry, sex, national origin, and the use of a guide or support animal because of blindness, deafness, or physical handicap. You will notice that sexual orientation is not included in that list. It is entirely legal in Radnor for a person to be fired from their job or kicked out of a restaurant or a hotel room simply because they're gay. An ordinance is necessary to protect the welfare of the LGBT citizens of Radnor. This is not a political issue. This is an issue of basic human fairness and respect. All citizens of this township should be regarded and treated as equal under the law. The ordinance itself will consist of two parts, and I have a draft for all the commissioners if you'd like to review it. The first part would declare unlawful to discriminate in employment, housing, and public accommodations on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. The second part would establish a Human Relations Commission to enforce the provisions of the ordinance. Now, such a commission would be necessary because since neither state nor federal law protects LGBT people against discrimination, neither Harrisburg nor Washington can enforce this ordinance if we choose to pass it. If you have been discriminated against because you're gay, the State Human Relations Commission cannot help you. The Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission cannot help you. You can scream and cry all you want before the courts, but they do not have to help you. According to my discussions with our political representatives, legislation in Harrisburg and Washington dealing with this issue is going nowhere soon, possibly not even in this decade. We cannot afford to wait for a state or federal government to act. And if and when they do add sexual orientation to their non-discrimination laws, we could abolish this commission if need be. Now, the cost of a Human Relations Commission in Radnor Township would be little to absolutely nothing. In Swarthmore, which is one of the municipalities in PA that have passed this, their commission is run entirely by volunteers and has no budget at all. And this no-cost model is what I hope to implement here in Radnor. Now, some of you may think this is an issue for the state or federal government to handle exclusively, but I assure you this is a local issue that directly impacts the livelihoods of our neighbors, friends, and family members. Currently, 16 municipalities in Pennsylvania have enacted non-discrimination ordinances with regard to sexual orientation, including Allentown, Lancaster, Philadelphia, Reading, Scranton, State College, Swarthmore, and Westchester. Doylestown is expected to pass this in the coming weeks, and our neighbor Lower Merion is discussing this as we speak. The right of the municipality to enact a non-discrimination ordinance, like the one I am proposing, has been held up in the Commonwealth's highest courts. In 2005, Hartman versus the City of Allentown found that state law does not prevent municipalities from prohibiting discrimination against groups that are not yet covered under the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act. This is legal, workable, and just plain right. The ordinance would also have a positive economic impact for Radnor. Preventing discrimination in employment would promote gainful employment, expand our productive capacity, and increase our public revenues. And in a time when our national unemployment rate stands at 9.5% and our state rate isn't too much lower, I don't think we should be withholding jobs or taking jobs away from anyone. Furthermore, the more people we leave unemployed and homeless, the greater the financial burden on Radnor taxpayers. Radnor's motto is "We're making a great place better," and this ordinance would do just that. It would recognize the contributions LGBT individuals have made to the township, show that we value them, and that we refuse to let them be discarded. For the past few weeks, I've been talking with countless people throughout Radnor, including our political leaders, our religious leaders, our educational leaders, our business leaders, and average citizens. There is widespread support for this ordinance among the community. In fact, and this may change by the end of the night, but I have not met a single voice of opposition. Most people are actually surprised this isn't a law already. So in closing, tonight presents a special opportunity. You, as a Board of Commissioners of Radnor Township, have the opportunity to place our community on the right side of history. By considering and hopefully passing this ordinance, you have the ability to affirm the inherent dignity and human worth of our LGBT citizens. You would be sending a clear message. Radnor welcomes diversity and embraces equality. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight, and don't hesitate to contact me with any of your questions. Like I said, I've prepared a draft of the ordinance if you'd like to review it. So.
If the board agrees, I'd like to refer this to staff to investigate further.
I think you should put it on the agenda and we should discuss it. I mean, it's a mistake to, at 10:15, make a decision to
I don't think that's, I think he's just saying to have him take a look at it.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, I don't have a big
No
issue.
decisions, just come back to us with a recommendation about the
I
legality.
think it
and-
should be on the agenda, we should discuss it, and then make a decision accordingly.
I agree with Don. I think it should be put on the agenda.
Well, it
for
will be put
discussion.
on the agenda, but don't you want someone to look at it first, John?
Well, we
don't.
can do both, can't we? Or do you, Don, is your intent just to have the board decide whether or not there's a will here?
Yes.
Before we incur legal
Before a
expense?
sizable amount of staff resources are used, we need to have a discussion about whether there's a will. And nothing, if it doesn't mean that there isn't going to be some preparation, but the key is that I don't want the amount of effort that was spent on, for example, the lost and stolen. We should not begin an endeavor of that size until we as a board decide formally, because that was a very large task for staff.
I'm not going to disagree with Don's approach, excuse me. But John Rice, there was an assertion made that, you know, we're within our rights to do this, and I suspect the answer is yes, but
Well, I haven't looked at it. I mean,
I'd like you to look at that in advance of
I've
this
been reading what
discussion.
Lower Merion's been doing. I know some of the cities have adopted these regulations. I mean, it's the same kind of analysis.
We'll
that
put it
the-
on, let's put it on the agenda
lost
for the
and
next
stolen.
meeting, and by then
But see, I think
we'll
it's-
ask
I think
John
it's-
to have that
Yeah,
information.
but I think it's different, if I understood the lost, there was a specific issue of
Preemption.
preemption defined in the law around this lost and
Yeah,
stolen.
there doesn't appear to be
Right.
preemption here.
Which doesn't appear to be
There's
here.
a lack of specific regulation.
Right, so I just want to make sure that, as we're having this discussion, that based on your understanding, that we're within our rights to go down that path, because I think.
To have the discussion, absolutely.
Well, or not, or even to go
Or
beyond.
to
the dis-
regulate in that area.
Correct, thank you.
I'd like to thank Taj for coming today. I really appreciate learning about this, and I was unaware that we didn't have this law in place. Can you answer a question about, I don't know if you know the answer, but if you do, the system that they have set up in Swarthmore with a volunteer human relations commission? I know that in Lower Merion, the trouble they're having is working through the logistics of a human relations commission. How does that work? I mean, do they hand down decisions?
Well, in the course of my research, I've been contacting the Human Relations Commissions in almost every of the 16 municipalities, and I've spoken to Swarthmore, and the draft of the ordinance I have provided to you is basically a model of theirs. What the commission would do, it would have the power to receive complaints made by any resident or worker in Radnor Township who believes they've been the victim of discrimination. And they would then have an investigatory process where they look at the claims, review them, and then if they conclude that a violation of the ordinance has occurred, they would seek to issue some sort of remedy as a fine.
So do they have like a trial?
I wouldn't go so far as to call it a trial. Usually, from what I've heard in like the practical application of this, it doesn't get very far beyond mediation. That they'll bring the parties together first, talk issues out, and 99.9% of the time, it's settled there.
And is there any right of appeal? I guess not. Where would they go?
Well, I believe you could appeal the commission. You could appeal the commission's decision to a court, to one of the state courts.
Okay, well, I'm interested in learning more and continuing this discussion. And again, thank you for coming tonight.
Further new business.
John, you mentioned something earlier tonight. I don't know if you're intentionally forgetting it or the hour is making you forget it, but you had mentioned something about a ramp being built.
Yeah, I was going to do
Okay.
that, but I was giving everybody else a chance to. Any other new business?
Just a quick comment. Bill Hagan, the sidewalk along Route 30 near the 476 North on-ramp, I believe I brought this issue up last year, and I can't remember now if that's state-owned property, but the weeds have grown over the sidewalk. And I just don't recall if that was our responsibility or the state or...
And Ray Mattis had called me and asked me about that, and Ray was going to check with PennDOT to find out who actually maintains that property. So I haven't heard back from Officer Mattis yet on that.
Okay, yeah, the issue was the 4th of July fireworks. We had an unusual number of residents walking back from the high school towards the east side of the township on that sidewalk, and they couldn't fit on the sidewalk, so they started walking in the street, and it was dark, and there were a lot of cars, and it was just really, it was kind of scary to watch little kids and whatnot. So if it's the state, we need to get the state on that. It happens every year now, it seems like, where the weeds grow up there.
Excuse me, I had a conversation with Officer Mattis, and I pulled some plans and directed them to the former Wyeth building. They own that property. So I know he was heading over there, and I don't know how he made out, but I know he was touching base with them.
Okay, great.
I forgot to mention the Department of Environmental Protection has approved our Act 101 Recycling Program Performance Grant in the amount of $108,997. This grant reflects the 4,638 tons of residential and commercial materials recycled by your citizens and businesses in calendar year of 2008. Congratulations to our residents for recycling, and congratulations, Bill, to the program.
I wanted to mention what I consider to be a good news story. One of my constituents had approached me about needing a ramp, handicap ramp, and was not able to accomplish that herself. I had spoken with Greg Vitale, because it's his district, to see if we could get some state money, and that was not forthcoming. And I was discussing it here in the Township building one day, and some of the folks from community development stepped up and said they'd be glad to build the ramp. So I also contacted some vendors. Beatty Lumber contributed the lumber. Rinker and Brown sent us a master carpenter. TF Scro, I think that's how you pronounce it, SGRO and Sons are doing the concrete pad at the base. TD Bank, one of their construction folks, helped us out. And of course, staff members from community development who don't wish their names put out. And their neighbors too. She needed some other stuff done, and the neighbors helped out with that. So I think that's a really positive comment about our employees and about our community.
And they did that on their own time.
On their own time. In fact, 5 hours in the pouring rain. When I got home, I dumped a gallon of water out of my boots, and then we finished up Saturday, and you know what the weather was like Saturday.
Before we finish, I just wanted to follow up on the suggestion made earlier that we have either a separate meeting with the Board of Commissioners, or we bring it up at a meeting and have a further discussion about our boards and their charges in redrafting ordinances and revisiting ordinance. I know we have a lot of work going on in this township right now, a lot of new legislation percolating out there, and I agree that it's not clear what the proper channels are. And I think, I mean, right now I can think of 5 things that are percolating with that new ordinances or changes to ordinances. And I would like to suggest that we do schedule another meeting, that we can discuss that, or that we put it on next month's agenda if it's a light agenda. I think it's really important, and a lot of the things that we're working on are time sensitive. So I hope that we can either have a separate meeting and really just address it in detail, or spend a significant amount of time talking about what the proper process is for each of these boards, and legislation coming from other sources, you know, even if it's a lobby organization or whatnot, and how that should proceed. Thanks.
Public participation. Colleen.
Hi. Colleen Price, same joke. I'm still at 352 Shimonia Road in St. David's. I just wanted to talk to you about Valley Forge Military Academy. They sold off their parking lot to Eastern University, and as far as I believe Mr. Malloy had done some calculations, said they generally need about 350 spaces to operate. They sold off their one and only parking lot. So for all intents and purposes, they don't have any parking, and they're going to operate in August. Is there anything we can do to bring them into compliance regarding parking?
Sure, we can take a look at that.
Okay. Would you want some help, like in terms of counting parking spaces, or?
Is it the areas you're looking at, all the colleges,
Well,
or
they don't
just?
have any parking at all, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Now, what we're talking about is on the south campus, where the major portion of their parking in Radnor is located, is now sold to Eastern College. We don't know whether there's any kind of a lease agreement back to Valley Forge at this particular point, or anything else for that matter. I think in the discussions I've had with staff, I've asked you to take a look at the parking situation, perform a calculation to determine if in fact they are in compliance or non-compliance with the parking requirements. If they are not in compliance, we should notify them of that and see what their response is. But I think initially it might be worth our while to contact Valley Forge directly to say, since you sold your property, where is your parking? That would be a starting point.
Yes.
I'll ask Matt to follow up on that, and we'll have a report for the board and for the public at the August meeting.
Okay. And on the leasing back of a parking lot, how is that not a commercial parking lot use? Are you allowed to just lease your parking lot? I mean, wouldn't that be a commercial?
Well, there has been a lease arrangement between Valley Forge and Eastern already.
Yeah, but I
They've
mean,
been doing that for years.
That doesn't mean that it's legal. That's what I'm asking. Are you allowed to do that? I would think that's a commercial parking lot use. I guess if we could look into that too, I'd like to.
John, if you take a look at that, I appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues surrounding this, and we had put in Valley Forge on notice before they sold that about the effect on the remaining. So I'm not sure we got a real clear response. I mean, we talked about parking impervious surface. I mean, that was an issue. So we can relook at that. I think Matt has some information on that as a result of that, but I don't recall that there was a lot of forthcoming information on, and it does involve, with all the buildings there, counting the buildings, determining what each building's parking criteria is, and then counting numbers.
I think Mr. Malloy did a calculation a while ago with Steve Palantonio. I had an email that I think you did some sort of calculation. Maybe we could start with that, kind of get a clue of what is needed. That would be great. And then I just have my one follow-up on the ordinance. I was hoping like the PLU zoning ordinance, it was written by staff and then presented. Maybe we could do the same thing, sort of expedite what's going on with the PI zoning. In fact, a couple neighbors and I already drafted a proposed ordinance, and it would really just insert the types of things that we already have with our neighbors at Lower Merion and TE, that you'd have a conditional use approach for the institutions. So if I get an ordinance, which I already have an ordinance, if I could, who would I submit it to, or what is the process?
I think you should submit it to staff.
Okay.
And once the group that we voted in favor of tonight is constituted with all the members on it, it should be submitted to them as well.
That's fine, but could we do it faster than that, same as PLU, and sort of go and just pass it as an ordinance without going through a whole review process?
No.
No.
Okay, how is it different from PLU? Is
The
that-
municipality's planning code requires some fairly extensive reviews. Every ordinance has to be reviewed by the Township's Planning Commission and the Delaware County Planning Commission. And then if you make a change to it after you send that draft, you got to send the next draft back to them again.
Okay.
So the discussion tonight about the group that was formed, and the board approved that group to continue in a more formal process.
Right.
That's going to take time. It's not going to be fast. I mean, that's what happened with the PLU. I mean, that wasn't just passed, right away.
But that didn't go through the same group
Yes,
that's doing the whole review,
No, it
did
didn't,
No, but
because it was a conforming changes
Okay.
for PLU, and
But it went
was
through,
all.
it went through the Delaware County Planning Commission and our Planning Commission, and it's going to go back through them again because there were some edits to it. It'll be introduced in August to the PLU. So, you have a draft of an ordinance, and this is something I hope everybody understands, is that you have a draft. If you make a bunch of changes to it, you've got to start that process over again. The review, the county, local planning commission. And then it comes back to this board, they advertise it. So you're looking at, for what we're talking about with the PI, several months to get something adopted.
Okay. Well, if we could expedite it any way that I can, I do have a draft, and I will submit it then. Thank you.
how you doing?
Hi, Frank Tate, 425 West Wayne Avenue. Last meeting, Mr. Pettit from the audience here came up and talked about the Parks and Recreation's 205-4, that possession or use of a firearm is prohibited in our parks. I was happy to hear Commissioner Higgins mention preemption. This is the same issue with preemption. I live right across the street from Odorizio Park, use the trail frequently, and this is something I know that Mr. Pettit had forwarded to you, Commissioner Nagel, information about this. I know I forwarded it to Mr. Curley, and was surprised not to see this on the agenda tonight. And I'm looking to see, is there an update in terms of how you are dealing with this?
It was been provided to our solicitor and asked for him to work on it, but it doesn't have a high priority since.
Yeah, I think there's a simple answer to this question that you folks are pushing. Is that you have the ordinance, which basically, I think it's just a sentence that says no guns are permitted, so.
Well, it also says a fine of $600, a cost of prosecution, and
Which is
term of
never.
imprisonment for 30
Right,
days.
right, which has never been done. But the way I interpret that, and I think AJ, he can jump in, is that that any guns that get carried have to be in compliance with state law. Whatever state law requires is what we would interpret our ordinances to be consistent with state law.
Well, I think the ordinance should clearly state that.
Well, I don't see that there's any reason to advertise an amendment to it and spend money doing that if the way it's being enforced is consistent with state law.
Yeah, but again, it's, when you're, it's, to me, that's similar to what you were talking about earlier with the trash pickup, is if you're enforcing it differently and not in compliance with the law. We're a country of laws, we're a state of laws, we're a township of laws. Our laws should be consistent with the way we're enforcing them.
And the way it's being interpreted is that we will enforce the state gun laws in the township parks. I mean, that's, you know,
Mr.
that.
Rice,
Yes.
is it your opinion that our ordinance is consistent with state law or inconsistent with state law?
I think it's pretty broad, but the way it's being enforced is consistent with state law, and I think that's all we can do.
So,
Is he allowed to bring a gun into the township meeting?
If it's consistent with state law, yes.
That's great.
so the answer to my question then is yes or no? Is it yes, you believe it is consistent with state law?
It's,
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but we
Yeah.
have to rely on you to give us a yes or no answer to that.
I'm comfortable, yes, that
Okay,
the way it's written right now and the way it's being enforced, it's consistent with state law. I mean, and it's my understanding that no one's ever been cited under that ordinance, and the police department wouldn't cite anybody under that ordinance.
Yeah, I know I've encountered many Radnor PD walking on the trail and in the parks, and I've never been cited.
Right.
So,
So it's not a problem.
as long as we're going to, again, to me, the issue is that I think you're accurate in your statement that you're enforcing it consistent with state law, but as written, it is in violation of the preemption statute.
But we ought to change state law then, so you can't carry guns in township buildings
the
and
only-
municipalities
the only-
and parks and recreation.
I'm
you
in
know?
compliance with state
That's
law.
all.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spengler.
Thank you for packing tonight. I appreciate it.
Don, the only thing you would add to our ordinance is that in
I
conformance
don't
with
want your
state law.
vote.
I mean, that would be the only thing to add to our existing ordinance.
Our ordinance should be consistent with state law, and if our ordinance is inconsistent, it should be made consistent. I mean, you have to tell us that it's inconsistent or consistent. Right now, what I've heard from you is that you believe it's consistent. If you believe it's inconsistent, then I want you to tell us that so that we can make a decision about changing it.
The only thing you should add, if you wanted to make it perfectly clear that it's consistent with state law, is some language that says guns can be carried or can only be carried in conformance with state law.
I'm not parsing words, but I don't want to make it perfectly clear. I want to make it consistent. Like, I want you to tell me that it's consistent or inconsistent. You have to take gray and turn it into black and white. So,
And what I'm telling you is, if you want your ordinance to be consistent with state law, it should say that in the code.
okay, so
It doesn't say
you
that
believe
now.
it should be modified to be consistent with.
I don't think it needs to be modified. I don't think if it stays the way it is, that it's a legal problem for Radnor Township. But that's a policy decision that you can make. If you want to make it absolutely clear that the carrying of guns in the Radnor Township parks
Well,
has
I
to
don't
be
want to make it
consistent
absolutely
with
clear.
state
I want
law.
to make it clear enough, and I'm having a hard time getting an answer. Like, you have to sort of say yes or no, as I see it, to this. And I'm interpreting yes from your response, but I sort of want more affirmative yes or no. I just
But
want
I don't want
take
that-
gray and turn it into black and white.
I don't want John Rice to render a verbal decision or advice to the board right now. If he wants to come back to us with a written advice, that would be fine.
Yeah, but I do have a question, considering the fact that the last speaker turned around, he's obviously got a gun on his hip.
Right.
Is it state law, is it consistent with state law that someone can walk into a public meeting like this with a gun?
If they're licensed, correct.
Open carry. It's Pennsylvania.
So by virtue of the fact that he's got the gun on display, and we've had various contentious discussions over the years, I'm not exactly
Look,
comfortable
while he's
sitting
here,
up here with that.
while he's here with the gun, I'm willing to vote, to change this ordinance immediately. But as soon as he leaves, I'll be changing my mind.
Sorry, if you want it to be consistent with state law, if you want that provision, you can do two things. You can take it out of there altogether, or you can just add that the carrying of guns in Radnor Township parks or in Radnor needs to be consistent with state law, whatever that means, whether it's a license or not a license, or, yeah. I mean, that would be the way to do it. But it's not being enforced. I'm just a little averse to telling you to spend money to solve a problem that I don't think exists. But that's, yeah.
The real question is, do we want to spend taxpayer dollars to fix something that isn't broken, isn't a problem?
Yeah, I think that's the real question, but what we have to get is it broken first?
Right.
So.
I don't disagree.
I mean, what I'm hearing from John Rice is, yes, it's broken, but it's not worthy of fixing
Right.
as a policy. So before we can make
I didn't hear John Rice. I didn't hear John Rice say it was broken.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not saying it's broken. I'm just saying, I mean, I don't want to be the solicitor that tells you it's okay to carry guns in your parks, first of all. I don't want to be the solicitor to tell you that. So, but if you, because I think it's a bad policy to advertise, but the state law basically says that they're going to regulate the carrying of firearms in Pennsylvania. And unless the state law gets changed, then local ordinances are preempted. You have my opinion on the other ordinance that was in front of you.
How about if he's on the trail and he loses or it's stolen, his gun? What happens then?
State law. So I just don't think.
Let's not spend any more time on this.
I don't think it's broken.
Anything,
I think
so,
the way it's
you know.
being enforced is consistent with state law.
You're not going to have 4 votes, so
Okay,
move
next.
on.
Sir?
Just Commissioner Curley, I'll be brief because the one part that's the point of contention, possession or use of any firearm. It's just the
I
possession
think
of the
we
firearm
already
in the park,
decided
so-
that we didn't want to talk
Yeah.
about this anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Keep coming.
Who is that stranger?
should let him speak.
Hi.
You don't have to agree with him.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jill Huntelman, 102 Buckingham Drive in Bryn Mawr. And just in the spirit of full disclosure, I'm the wife of John Fisher, who's Commissioner of the 7th Ward. I'm going to be kind of all over the place, so but I'll try and be brief in my points. The first is just something that happened on the way over here on Conestoga Road. A tractor trailer tried to go under the bridge by the Radnor Trail. So I just wanted to make sure that there was signage about the appropriate maximum height for cars to go under that bridge both ways. But it was kind of a mess coming here. Sorry? Yeah, okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that it's visible. There's not any trees that are overshadowing or anything. Second is I'm ecstatic about the signage at Emlyn Tunnel and on Clemmacrone Park. So thanks for the people that wrote the grant and Parks and Recreation for getting that implemented. I think that's fantastic. Third, there weren't copies of the whistleblower policy in the back, and maybe we ran out, but I wanted to ensure, I haven't read the policy, but I'm really thrilled that that's going to be put in place. Is there in the policy a way that anonymous tips can be made about things that might be happening in the township? And in that policy, is there a process for how the internal investigation will occur? And again, I apologize, I hadn't read it, and it's not in the back.
The policy is geared towards those who either serve on boards, commissions, employees, or staff.
Okay.
For anyone that comes in to basically say that something's done wrong, I mean, the appropriate aspect is to address one of the commissioners, myself, the solicitor, and if no action's taken, the exact place you're at right now is to raise those particular questions.
Okay.
But I think you were discussing more the whistleblower policy itself.
Correct.
All right.
Would be the same scenario.
Is there a provision for,
There's no, the whistleblower is geared towards staff members who will
Right.
find something wrong that actually without retaliation.
It's geared
the general
against no
public can come in-
retaliation.
Yeah, there's no retaliation
You can't
against,
retaliate
well,
against them.
but you could have a retaliation perceived
You
by some to a resident. There could be, not that it would, it would not happen here, but you could have potentially, someone directing the police department to create intimidation or other issues created.
Yeah.
So I think those are all protected under
Or not even with
other
residents,
laws.
but just between employees within the township. I've been involved with training programs that have to do with compliance compliance within an organization, and they have whistleblower policies, and one of the good kind of rules of thumb that they put in is an anonymous way that people can report what's occurred, plus comfort in knowing that when there's an internal investigation, the way that that will be processed so that they are also protected. And I just wanted to make sure that, is there things in the policy that address that? I don't know.
You know, I think on the anonymous side, I don't believe there is, but also that may be just a personal item for myself, is if you're going to raise an issue, I think you need to stand behind it and come up with that, and then however that's determined. Because I also think if someone can make any statement that may be incorrect, that would want to make an accusation against someone that is completely false, then I think that person has to be held accountable for making a false accusation as well. So I think it kind of works both ways.
Okay.
On that.
I was just curious.
Sure.
On that, so thank you. My next comments have to do about resolution number 2010-28. I was watching this from home, so I apologize if I missed something in my commute on the way over. But I heard a lot of discussion about the number of people to be on the committee, et cetera, but not a lot of discussion about the charge of the ORAC. And from hearing from, it sounds like several people on that committee, one of the things they all seemed to agree on was give us a charge. And I just want to make sure, and I guess you are because you all voted or approved it 4-3, that the points under 4A, B, C, and D constitute all the thoughts of this board about what that committee is going to be charged with. Or will there be future discussion at the point that you assign committee members or appoint them to this committee? Will there be future conversation about that? So I just wanted a general kind of board comment about that. I'm guessing that's the charge.
I voted against it.
Yeah, I know. And my second point is I just want to make sure from the members on that committee that provides them enough guidance for them to do their charge. Because looking at it, I don't know if I'd be able to look at it and go, I know what I need to do as part of that committee.
Well, I was shocked that we passed it without actually adding those amendments. I mean, this is what everyone's been saying. Where's the charge? Where's the guidance? Where's the focus? And none of that happened. We passed it. I didn't expect it to pass, or I would have motioned for those amendments.
Well, I agree. I think we could elaborate on this, and I think we should elaborate on it. We'll have. I mean, I do think, as I said before, not to beat a dead horse, but we do need continued discussion about all of our boards and what their charges are and what kind of instruction we give them all over the board, from Board of Health to Shade Tree. So as this progresses, if anybody here on this board feels that we should give further instruction, which I think we should and could, we can amend it and include it. Also, though, there is nothing that precludes discussion between commissioners and this group as we move forward. And Cheryl Tumola made that point earlier, that it is an ongoing conversation, right. And it should be an ongoing conversation, and that again will help things progress. I mean, when these things come up in the meetings, the public meetings, not every idea is going to survive the vetting, right. And the commissioners can be a part of that as well.
But we have to be careful that the interest of a single commissioner are conveyed to these committees without authority. For instance, the Board of Commissioners only has authority, according to the charter, in a public meeting, and that no commissioner shall exercise authority outside of this meeting. So if any one of these commissioners sitting up here decide to go meet with the Planning Commission or the Steering Committee or any of these groups and tell them what to do, that's improper. That's not appropriate. We should not be advising our committees. They're advising us. And there was evidence that the president of the board did actually go to the Planning Commission in the last couple of weeks and told them his opinions, and I found that to be really inappropriate. I found that to be...
Well, that's not a fact either, John.
Well, I watched the meeting. I saw you address the Planning Commission, and maybe the video's been altered, but, I just don't think it's appropriate that individual commissioners
are citizens of this town also.
But unfortunately, we
Yes,
possess.
they are.
Just by virtue of our title, just by virtue of our role, just by virtue of, especially a president, walking into a room can have an undue influence on the actions of that committee. We hire and fire those committees. So therefore, they are going to be acting a lot differently than just a citizen walking into a room. When a boss walks into a room, the employee knows that, oh my gosh, if I don't do something that's in favor of my manager or my boss, I could get fired. And not that we go around firing people, but we have to be careful that individual commissioners, because Hank Mahoney alluded to this earlier, that individual members of this Board of Commission directed this committee. And if that is true, that is not appropriate.
And it's not true.
Well, but
Don and I were at the
fact-
meeting, and we sat with these folks, and what we said was, we'd like to see movement. We didn't tell them how to form their group. We didn't tell them.
I don't think it's true, John, because this is my opinion right now, honest assessment of the situation, and I'll tell you the parts of it that were problematic. We were asked to come to the meeting. I don't remember who asked us to come, but I meet with everybody who wants to meet with me. So I'll meet with Jimmy Hoff if I thought he lived in the 6th Ward. You know, so
Is he buried in that cemetery?
that's what I'm finding out. If he does, I'm going to meet with him. So we went to the meeting. Intrinsically,
We're gonna be here all night. I know. We got Jimmy Hoff.
Organically, the group decided that this was a good thing to do. My opinion, I think it was Mr. Nagel's opinion also, that these things are allowed to grow organically from the bottom up. So we didn't charge them to do it, but we didn't stop them from doing it. Now, I agree with you. In hindsight, it was a mistake because my presence alone, which was new to me, I've never been in a situation where my presence alone validates something. But in hindsight, I see that my presence validated that and created the impression that it was top down. So to the extent that that was a mistake, I recognize it was a mistake, and I tried to take corrective action tonight, which I think I did. But your assessment that, and I took exception with it when Hank made the point earlier, that it was directed from the Board of Commissioners, I think that's inaccurate.
But the implication exists when the president of a board
Yes.
addresses a committee without the rest of the board's opinion behind it, that opinion is of the entire board. And that isn't the case. This board never voted, never decided, never set any direction for that committee to meet, formulate any of that. Yet, when that president of the board addresses that committee, there may be an implied consent of the entire board that whatever he's saying is in fact the will of the board. And that isn't the case. That is never going to be the case, because the only time that can happen is right here in this room in front of the public.
I do, I'm very thankful, Commissioner Curley, for what you just said, because my second question was really in the spirit of not repeating past mistakes. And it seems to me there was confusion as to how this committee was formed and sanctioned to do what they set out to do. And quite frankly, I just worry about the inefficiency of time. People's time and what they're doing, and there seemed to be a lot of hubbub about what they're there for, who charged them, et cetera. So I just want to look at it as what occurred, how did that happen, how can we make sure it doesn't happen again? So when we do need another ad hoc committee or a group of volunteers to come together, how can we work most efficiently to either make sure the board appoints them and charges them correctly, and give them guidance so that we don't repeat our mistakes. So, Commissioner Curley, thank you for clarifying some of that. Moving forward, how will the members of the committee be identified? Will the people that are currently on that committee need to reapply? I just want to get kind of the process of what the next steps are, specifically for the people who are going to be on the committee. And then what is also the role of the Planning Commission? I'm kind of naive with this. It says in the ordinance that they need to report to the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. So do they have to go to the Planning Commission first before it comes here? I'm just unclear as to kind of the role. So any clarification there would be helpful.
Yeah, the discussion earlier was that the members are going to be appointed by the board, I guess, within the next 30 days.
Okay.
So once they're appointed, it could be different individuals that are currently involved in this. They will then meet under the charge that's in here, which is the PI district regulations. There's a student housing charge, and then making a list of priorities. So that's the charge that's in here.
Okay.
Out of that group then would come some recommendations, whether an ordinance or some set of recommendations to amend the ordinance is the way at least I understand how they should be working. That'll go to the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission has to look at what gets produced before it gets to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, so there is a pecking order, because it just seems to me, just layman's reading the resolution, it can kind of go either way, to the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners.
It is
So-
confusing, and the normal course would be to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners send it to planning. That's the normal way that a zoning amendment happens, right?
If you're going to introduce it, I mean, you're going to introduce an ordinance before your Planning Commission looks at it?
Well, I thought we have, no, I think the Board of Commissioners normally takes a draft ordinance and sends it to the Planning Commission. That's how we normally do it. We send it to the Planning Commission, we send it to the Delaware County Planning Commission, and then when it comes back, we have our hearing.
Yeah,
That's what we normally do.
But we introduce it and then send it to them. But you don't have to introduce it. We can say to them, take it to the Planning Commission, let them review it, see what they have to think, and then it can come to us and we can introduce it if we want or don't want, depending on the comments of our Planning Commission. We don't have to introduce it every time.
I'll move on. That's for that particular item. Two more items, and then I swear I'm done. One of the things that I found missing from the agenda, and again, maybe I missed it, is a discussion of where we are with the budget within the township and the dollars and how we're doing. Revenues coming in, expenses going out. I know we approved for the last month, but is that something that will be moving on in July's meeting, August meeting? Because I know we're going to start budget season pretty soon. I just didn't hear any firm conversation about that tonight.
I think at this point, Bill White's getting caught up to speed. Bob, I know you're working, we've gotten some advanced documents on the budget, but it's deja vu. It was about a year, 6 months ago, we said we were going to have meetings all through the summer. We never did it. We ended up depleting another couple million of our fund balance. And here we go again, it's mid-year. Any changes we want to make to save money between now and the next budget would have to be implemented pretty quickly, so that I think it would be in the best interest of the board to try to have a special budget meeting earlier than later. But I think we have some time constraints built in just by the virtue of a new director of finance and whatnot. Bob, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. Watch my words how I proceed here. I think that there are a lot of issues that we have stumbled upon. I think one is not actually having a full, complete, detailed budget at this point, which for most communities is very, very, very unusual not to know the financial situation. I think trying to dig into that and come up with some accurate numbers that the commissioners can work off of. But I think also it would be naive of us to say that the issue is just regarding the budget. It's how we operate township-wide, which also involves lease agreements that the township has entered into, commitments that were given in the past of where dollars are given to. I don't think this is something that we can say we can have our arms wrapped around shortly. I thought in 60 days I'd have my arms wrapped around where we got to go, and I think every day something changes differently that I don't think we anticipated. Will those conversations have to be made? Absolutely. There are going to be numerous meetings in which the board will have to meet 2, 3, 4 times a week possibly as a precursor to that. But there's a lot of work that has to be done. Those cuts that have to be made at this particular time, there's usually a rationalization behind why you make those cuts, and also the impact upon the level of service to this community as well, that the residents not only require but also what they deserve, is what is that level of service going to look like moving forward. And there needs to be some justification and basis behind those decisions that we make than just randomly, well, we need to save $1 million, so we're just going to go through and cut $1 million, because realistically, when you look at this budget, it's people is where those cuts are going to come to. And if you're going to make those significant cuts, service will greatly be reduced. So if those decisions have to be made, but I think the commissioners need to be given that information, where we stand now, where we are looking to go in the future, as well as those decisions that have to be made, the level of services that need to be maintained, and what the impact of all those decisions are, but also to give the Board of Commissioners almost a menu of here's the deficit we run, here's the decisions you need to make based on each of the programs of what those costs are to make those cuts. If it's snow removal, if it's waste collection, all of those, leaf collection, all of those have a price tag that are affixed to those and what decision needs to be made. But if those services want to continue, then here's what revenues need to be increased to accomplish those goals. But I think a lot of this goes back to the goals that the commission sets to the administration of really a lot of that direction.
Thank you. I just didn't want to get to July, August, and September and us go, oh, budget. We need to talk about that. So I appreciate your thoughts on that. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Gemmer.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne. 3 quick things. I don't know if I missed it because it came after the lease approval, but agenda item K, authorization to send out RFQs for Township Labor Council. Was that dealt with, and what's the background behind that? I'm sorry if I missed it. I apologize.
Yeah, as Bob mentioned, we are looking at every single element of our budget. And that means looking at, are we efficiently spending our money? So now's the time to do this.
So that's not necessarily just a blanket replacement, that's more just bidding? Exploratory.
Yeah,
Okay.
exploratory.
Okay, thank you. I didn't even know if it was gone over. Secondly, I know you've been talking about the process in terms of coming up with new amendments and zoning. I still have some issues left over in terms of the processes that I mentioned in the past, and due to some miscommunication, I just got the opinion from the other issue today, and so I won't spend time tonight on those, but there's still some outstanding ones that need to be addressed. Also goes hand in hand, too, with some of the training that's been talked about, not only for the boards, but then how the process needs to proceed. So I think it's kind of a package there, and I'll be speaking to that later, but not tonight. And I'd like to end with a thank you for the what I perceive as more accessibility and communication. I noticed today that the zoning hearing board decisions are now posted on there with whether it's withdrawn or what the vote was denied. And I think that's great. I'd like to see that certainly applied to HARB, planning, et cetera, and even to the extent if the actual decisions, when they have additional parameters, if they would be posted. You know, the videos are out there, and that's great, but to be able to see it in such a concise form, that's an excellent step forward. So, thank you. In addition to the weekly reports, I mean, those kind of things are really helping to be able to figure out what's going on.
That's the goal.
I appreciated Jill's comments, and quite honestly, didn't really understand the answers to her questions. So can I just ask the questions again? Are there going to be new members? Are we saying that everybody has to reapply to this if whatever existing members want to be on this? Is that what I'm understanding, that everybody, you're now formally, and I appreciate what Mr. Crowley said, but now you're formally saying that the mandate is to make sure that we are in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and therefore everyone has to reapply? Is that what I'm hearing? I mean, that's what I heard. Did I hear it correctly? Like,
That's the way I would interpret it, but
okay.
yes.
Okay.
There's
So-
3 members from planning, 3 members from CPIC.
4.
No, 3. That didn't pass.
Total members is what
Yeah,
you voted on.
and the 3 public ones will be appointed, and we ask for resumes for that.
So I just heard 2 different things. I heard from Mr. Crowley, it sounded like everybody reapplies. From Mr. Nagel, I heard you say that the current members are
Well, the planning
just-
commission appoints those members, right?
Right.
Planning commission decides which 3, and the implementation
It's
committee decides which
constituted
3.
by 3 members of planning, 3 members.
And they
So
decide
what
which
you're
3.
saying then is the current 3 members.
There's currently 4.
Currently 4.
from
Now,
each
I heard Mr. Palantonio had resigned. Is that true?
Don't know.
Sorry, you're addressing the commissioners.
I don't-
But
I
Bob
have
was
not been-
answering.
Well, no, he's only answer if we ask him to answer.
Yes, I saw an email that came that he had resigned from that.
Okay, so he's no longer on the Ordinance Review Committee. So, clarification on the particulars of the starting over. this is a clear ordinance where you're saying it needs to be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan limits institutional growth, makes sure it is consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods, and basically protects the character of Radnor Township. That was not what they started with. So can the Board of Commissioners mandate that they start over?
No. We could, but I don't choose to personally.
Okay. Then
Why should we waste all our time? You have
Because-
public meetings. You're going to have plenty of opportunities to address those points.
Because we don't know what sort of horse trading took place, and I would present this to the Board of Commissioners. This is Villanova's 10-year plan. I'd like to show you the board to see how many 6-story buildings are all over.
No.
Here's the,
Christine, in response to your question, John Nagel answered, no, I prefer the board come to a decision on those things. And
Thank
the board
you.
would have to decide as a group and vote to determine whether or not we want to have them start over
And
or
we
not.
have 30 days for the new members to apply, and during that time, we will discuss this as well as the other charges to boards and commissions.
so if I understand
So they're
correctly,
temporarily on hold, at least.
so
until
they
we
are
get
not
the
allowed to
additional-
meet, because they're not mandated as a group yet, because there's new members, so they're not allowed to meet.
They can meet, but they cannot perform any official action.
So they can't, so can they continue horse trading on what stuff they
As-
put
no,
in the
as-
draft?
As citizens,
Who are they horse trading
they
with?
can do anything they want, but
Where they're changing the draft ordinance that we won't know who asked to put 68-foot building, 68 feet to change height requirements. We don't know who put that in, but Villanova has 68-foot buildings all over their 10-year plan. We don't know who put that in there because they weren't public meetings.
Well, if it's approved, it'll be approved at a public meeting and with public discussion.
But it's completely inconsistent with the current comprehensive plan. We have a comprehensive plan that
Now,
says we don't want this.
You're talking about growth. Villanova probably doesn't have any space to grow. All they can do is improve. They can't
Growing
grow.
up isn't growth.
No, growth is.
Get a taller building
Growth is
isn't
increasing
growth?
your student population.
Okay, we can all debate what growth is, but this group started with their own mandate, which was inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. I would ask the Board of Commissioners, obviously Mr. Nagel seems to support them doing whatever they want. I think it's worthwhile as a board if you guys also support that. That's democracy. If you guys, 4 of you vote.
I want to comment on this, because one of the issues I have with this is that there is no process that we've charged them with. If we hired a planner, the planner would run charrettes and have public meetings to elicit public comment, public concepts. They would actually do surveys, and they would ask people, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And based on the results of that, they would start crafting the code. That isn't what's happening here, and I don't support this process because of it. I don't know, I don't know if this board has the ability to charge them with those specifics, but I think it would make sense to give them a process to follow such that the proper opportunity for public input occurs at every step of the way so that there's buy-in early. Otherwise, what we're going to face is 16, 24, 30 hours of meetings trying to pass code that no one supports.
Right.
So I don't want to go down that path. It took Garrett Hill 2.5 years, and that was with 150 public meetings. Okay, so I can't imagine how difficult this would be to change code that affects the entire township.
Right.
Not just one neighborhood, the entire township.
Right.
We need to have,
We might not change anything. We'll just have a public
well, we need to
debate,
have early buy-in. The way you get that is by having this public access, this public participation. It's not just
From the
access, it's
get-go.
participation. It's a
Correct.
mechanism to get the responses from the public.
Right. I know there's a lot of commissioners here who really believe in open space, and that value of open space is all over the comprehensive plan, that they care deeply for protecting our view sheds, for protecting our open space. And so to have 6 or 10 people just come up with their own ideas of what they want, they have to be charged with following our current guidelines of the comprehensive plan, which does not support this growth issue.
But that all came from the zoning hearing board that has dealt with these issues. That's where
No,
it came from.
they've never been dealt with these issues.
No. But Matt said if 68-foot came from The zoning hearing board keeps saying, look, they keep coming in asking for variances and claiming hardships to get taller buildings. You ought to address it, put in your code either they can do it or they can't do it, and they don't, instead of coming to us asking for variances.
But each variance should be looked at individually, because
Yeah.
one 6-story building is completely different than another 6-story building. So if you address
But you
it
should
by
have a code that
code,
doesn't have variances.
no, but if you address it by code, it means every single place, every single institution can build 6-story buildings. How's that going to be for our
You're
open
just
space?
assuming that that's going to pass. We haven't had a public debate about it.
Okay. This,
Ideas aren't evil.
I never said ideas are evil. I've never.
Public meetings, you had a public meeting with this group.
We had a public meeting after we got a draft where they.
A draft is just something to start from. It's not what the final ordinance is
Okay.
even remotely likely to look like.
That group started with the premise that we have to let institutions grow, which is completely at odds with our comprehensive plan. We paid thousands and thousands of dollars and asked groups to study the comprehensive, to what does Radnor care about? What are our values? And now you're just
I
going to.
think you're misrepresenting what the group did, quite frankly.
It's not what they did. I have, and it's too late. I'm not going to go through every red mark issue of where they changed our ordinance to make it more favorable to institutions. So by right, they'll be able to do it. My question, and I don't want to debate the individual issues, is I would ask this board as a board to say, yes, we want institutions to all grow. I would like each of you guys to say that out loud. And if that is what you all believe, then that would be the mandate. But right now, the mandate is to follow the comprehensive plan, which is not to let them all grow.
right,
So
can I-
therefore, we have to start over.
I'm sorry,
What do
I
they
don't wanna
do when they
interrupt you.
build
Can
a
I
law
just-
school?
Can I just
Please,
jump in here,
absolutely.
please? I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding as to what a comprehensive plan is. A comprehensive plan is nothing more than a snapshot of your community at a particular point in time with recommendations, and I'll repeat, with recommendations as to dealing with various aspects of your community, from business to residences to institutions, so on and so forth. A comprehensive plan does not have the rule of law. It is not an ordinance. It is not a statute. It is something which is to be used by a community as a guideline to help with future land planning and other aspects of the community. It changes. The thought process behind land planning changes. Just because in 2003 it said one thing doesn't mean in 2010 that those things are necessarily still valid. I agree with you. We paid a lot of money for this comprehensive plan, and to the extent that this group comes up with an ordinance that follows it, fine, but there may be very valid reasons for being flexible with regard to certain aspects of it, and I think we have to keep an open mind. But if you say that they must follow the comprehensive plan 100%, first of all, that's not legally correct. And number two, institutions, just like you with your property, have the right to do certain things with it. And I realize that there are certain ways to control that, i.e. the parking requirements, but you can't limit a landowner from doing what is legal, they're legally entitled to do with their property, whether it's you as an individual or whether it's Eastern Valley Forge as an institution. We have to keep that in mind as we go forward.
I
And I just wanted
completely
to-
agree with you 100%. I am not trying to limit any landowner's rights. I'm asking that we just have the landowners follow the current laws. What these folks have done is said, you know what, current landowners, you can only have a 38-story building, a 38-floor building. No, what am I having trouble with? Thank you, 38-foot. Thank you, that's the word I needed. 38-foot building, and now you can have 68. The comprehensive plan is supposed to be our values, the high, big picture. We value open space. We value view sheds. We value communities working together, institutions, and abutting neighborhoods. We care about those things. So by a couple of people changing some huge issues.
They're not changing them.
Okay.
They're not changing anything. The public
putting-
and the commission are going to change.
Okay, I understand.
They're not changing anything. They're just making recommendations.
They're making recommendations. This group made recommendations behind closed doors. I say start over.
No recommendations have been made to this board.
They put them out there and they
With public
said,
discussion.
our goal is that institutions grow. That's coming from you guys. I'd like to hear you guys say that.
That's not what they said.
That's what they said.
didn't.
We attended the meeting.
All right.
That's what Mr. Greenfield said. It's good for institutions to grow, and we need to deal with that growth. It's good for institutions to grow. That was his view. That was not the view
he's
of the
entitled to that.
comprehensive.
And he's entitled to his view. You're standing here giving us your view.
But
And in
it's
fact,
not
you're going to
his-
have more chances with this committee, chances at planning, and chances when it comes to the commissioners again.
Okay. I'm just
Everyone
telling you,
has
it's-
their free opportunity to speak, Christine.
I hear
And
you.
you're
that everybody-
denying them their opportunity, basically.
But they are not allowed to establish the values.
They haven't
You guys
established
establish the
anything.
values.
They put together a draft, a straw man, something to work from.
Okay.
And they got a lot of good input at that meeting.
Okay. I would say we start over, and I would ask the commissioners to please do that. I'm going to leave you with that 10-year plan from Villanova that says that they need all of this zoning relief for them to match what they want to do.
There's no guarantee they're going to get it.
I recognize that, but if this group were successful, they would have gotten it. And
That's
if there weren't
because-
citizens
that's
around
because-
to fight them,
That's because 4 commissioners voted in public and agreed with them. That's why if it happens, it's because 4 commissioners at a public meeting with all public input and the pressure of the public decided to vote yes on that. Okay, so we got a long way to go.
again, establish clear mandate, establish who gets to be on the committee, and let's start from scratch and get public comment from the beginning. And please don't allow groups to meet. As Mr. Rice said, if just one member doesn't come, then they don't have to be part of the Sunshine Act. I'd say make sure that everybody is compliant. Say that as a group, that you believe that transparency should always happen. Thank you.
If I could just briefly, I don't want it to be out there the mischaracterization of this group of 8 people. We had 8 people we had 8 people who have combined over hundreds of years of experience volunteering in our township. Their mandate, quote unquote mandate, was to come up with ideas that will make Radnor Township better. That is what was driving those people, and will continue to drive those people. They came up with some ideas that got shot down publicly. That happens. And there was great feedback during that meeting. And this group cares about what they produce. They're going to take that input into consideration. They're going to continue taking everyone's input. And my suggestion if you're unhappy with what they've came out with their initial, give them, I think they would love to see I heard them say they wanted to see other drafts of other potential ordinances. I think it's unfair to assume that they have a certain set thing in their minds that they want to see happen, and that they're not going to take input and feedback from everyone else and incorporate that. That's just not the process that I saw happening, and it's not the process that's going to happen going forward.
Do you want to comment for a minute on that? But I actually have a question about the Cowan Park question that you raised. Last month, you voted to spend $50,000 as a part of the matching $100,000 grant. I remember a long conversation. If the whole project's on hold and we didn't need the matching grant, what happened to the $50,000 that you approved to spend last month? Well, I know we need it. I'm just curious what happened. You didn't vote to not spend tonight. You didn't vote to unspend that. So I'm curious what the status of that $50,000 allocation that you approved last month for that particular project. What happens to it?
The determination will be made and be brought back to the Board of Commissioners
So
of how those dollars should be spent, based on the grant.
Or maybe they won't get spent at all because we didn't have to spend it as a condition of the grant. Is that what I'm understanding?
There's a possibility of that.
Okay. All right. That was not answered in the earlier conversation. With regard to the ordinance review committee a few hours ago, I asked that after you took a vote, if you could just clarify for the 8 of us what our status is. And that's actually still unclear to me tonight because I heard that as part of I think it's resolutions. You have to let the application process be 30 days, and the next Board of Commissioners meeting is within 30 days, so you can't close the applications until the September meeting and do the appointments to the September. I don't know if any of you noticed that the resolution you passed.
What you've got is now a 60-day delay.
Okay, but
That's exactly what you've got.
did you notice? But only 3 of the 4 Planning Commission members can now be on that. We actually didn't apply. We actually got an email saying, "Who wants to volunteer?" And I was like, "Well, I'm happy to volunteer."
That's the way it
So
works.
what's the new application process, not only for Planning Commission members, but for those members who, because I think Mr. Nagel said that the Planning Commission is going to appoint them, but Planning Commission won't appoint the people who have nothing to do with Planning Commission.
No, I
Hang
said
on, and let me just finish.
3 representatives of planning.
Right. We're going to apply to whom, though?
Planning.
Township.
Yourself.
You're saying planning and you're saying
No,
township.
no, the other people, the planning commission are going to decide.
Paragraph number 1 says, "The Ordinance Review Advisory Committee shall consist of no more than 3 members of the Planning Commission and no more than 3 members of the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee appointed by their respective groups." So,
Great.
within those 2 groups,
Great.
3 from planning, 3 from implementation.
So that'll get
Then
worked
there
out
are
with Mark.
3 citizen members, people out there, we've already said apply. One of them has to be from an institution. That takes us up to 9. And then there's 1 other additional member that's going to come from either Shade Tree, Park and Rec, Design Review, or the HARB, and we're going to do that appointment.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay.
agree?
Got it.
And
Done.
it's
Done.
not going to get appointed until September, and the resolution you passed tonight said we have to be done by December 31st, just so you know. So we have, that's a quick timeline based on what we've been able to do so far, because that's what the resolution
Well, we can
says.
extend it.
And, well, that was confusing to me tonight. And then I guess, as a member of that committee who didn't take a single comment that was spoken tonight or June 30th or anywhere in between, letters in the public and the papers, I didn't take a whit of it personally because I don't tend to take these things personally. I think that, and this is only my opinion, I feel that every single criticism of the committee in any part really was a criticism of the process, and I don't take that personally. So I have to say that I actually agree with Christina that although I've put in a fair amount of work, and I would say that in fairness to the process, the draft that we have put out there to date should be scrapped, and I worked on it. But the reason I say that is that the other thing I'm hearing from everybody tonight, and I get this because I've been in the public where I've had the feeling that things got decided behind closed doors, and I don't like that feeling. And now I was part of a committee where that happened, and I didn't really like that feeling then, although I knew it was coming public, and I pushed for it to be public, and I'm okay with it being public. But when the public got presented with ideas that were already in there, and they don't know where they come from or how they were organically created, I'll use Mr. Curley's word, it's hard to get them out. The idea is now kind of out there that a 68-foot building is what we all thought was a good idea. Some people thought that was a good idea. Not all people thought that was a good idea. And if it gets negotiated down to 48 feet, that will feel like a victory to some people, and to people who look at our current ordinance and say 38 feet, it will feel like a loss, like we've now given up 10 feet. So what I'm saying is if we're going to bring in all, at least it sounds like 4 new people, because 1 person from planning and 1 person from Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee are going away. That's 40% of the committee is going to be new. They have a right to start with a fresh piece of paper, a fresh ordinance. In all fairness, whether I serve on it or not, if I serve on it again,
They can do whatever they want.
I remember a few hours ago I said to you, I would welcome the mandate from you guys.
We didn't specify the construct of the committee. Does it have a chair, co-chair structure? This is the problem with doing something in the quick. Will they follow Robert's rules? Will they vote as a committee to put forth recommendations to the Planning Commission and the board? Or will it be 3 rogue people on the committee saying, this is what we're going to do? Too bad. This is the risk. I'm not happy about the way it happened.
Charter says all boards and commissions will follow Robert's rules.
Diane Edbrill, I know the hour is late, but
It
this
is.
is a really important matter. listening to sort of this discussion about should there be a charge, what is the charge? The charge is vague. It sort of took me back to the constitution of the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, which I think, if I'm recalling accurately, sort of couldn't get started for months because there was no clear charge. And I remember members of the community coming up and saying, I don't even know if I want to be on this committee because I don't know what we are supposed to do. And I think ultimately, at the end of several months' discussion over quite a number of commissioners' meetings, there were some very clear guidelines that were laid out. There were financial benchmarks, $500,000, $1 million. And as a result of that, you've got a committee who went to work, they rolled up their sleeves, and they came back with some very concrete suggestions. Now, some of you agree with some of the suggestions and some of you disagree, and that's all going to get hashed out, in the next few meetings. But it expedited the process. And being able to watch how that committee has been able to come back and report to you and to us, I think that everyone benefited from that committee having a very clear charge. And even though it's 11:20, I would ask you to revisit tonight the vote that you took on this ordinance. And, it's a pain in the neck. I don't want to be here either. But this is important. It's important to everyone in the township. This is going to affect the livability of Radnor Township for decades to come. And the fact that we've waited 17 years, let's not, rush to get something on the books to say, all right, go to work now, with, the result being people running willy-nilly, for another 6
We
months
have
on
2 months to
this.
think about it.
Well, the charge, no, but my point is that you need to give people a charge to work with.
Yeah.
And my suggestion is that this charge is not adequate to give well-intentioned members of the community enough information to, number one, decide if they want to work on this. I mean, you're all sitting up here saying...
We're going to interview him and discuss it with him before we appoint him.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, my final comment is that, it's not your job to throw stuff against the wall and let us sort of figure out what sticks. It's really not.
We haven't thrown anything against the wall.
Well, I think that that's what you did by this tonight. Good evening.
Come on, let's go. You can't come up 3-4 times,
I just want to say briefly, okay?
No, we don't need it.
That this committee's efforts are once again being mischaracterized.
We understand.
And it's important, okay, that this is recognized, okay? For all these secret meetings, they must have been bugged because somebody knows exactly what happened to them. This committee understands its charge. I understand the charge. We are to act in the public interest. This is what this committee was attempting to do from the beginning and during this meeting. That's all I'm going to say about that, Bill. Thank you. I will say, though, that I was remiss. When Tammy announced the grant for the Garrett Hill signs, I should have announced that there is a meeting that's going to occur Wednesday, July 28th, and I'll announce this tomorrow at 8 a.m. at Clem McCrone. This is for Garrett Hill Implementation Committee members and other interested community people to help determine the exact location of these signs. And I'll announce this again tomorrow. That's Wednesday, July 28th, 8 a.m., Clem McCrone. And thank you all for all your efforts.
Move we adjourn.
Thank you, Rick. We got a motion and a second? Come on, Patty.
It's just to thank you. Patty Barker, 920 Lewis Lane. As chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition, I also want to extend my thanks to the township for applying for and receiving the money for the grants for the signs at Clem McCrone and Emlyn. Thank you.